videos are for educational purposes only. I'm not selling anything or promoting the sale of vape products on this channel. You must be of legal vaping age 18 to 21, depending on where you are in the world, to view this video. Sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy the content.
How we doing, guys? Thanks for joining this week's episode of the Retro Build and Chill. How we doing, guys? Mickey 3D, thanks for joining, my brother. How's everybody doing tonight? So we've got a few people in. I'll wait a bit longer, see who's in. Don't be afraid. If you're just lurking, appreciate you all. Alex, thanks for joining, my brother. How's everybody doing? How's your week been? Evening, my brother. Right. People dipping in, dipping out. Don't know if other people are streaming, so people might be going somewhere else. Hopefully it won't be a shit show like it was last week. For the past probably half an hour, I keep checking and rechecking that my phone is charging, which it is. So a few more of you coming in. Like I say, busy week, busy working, busy making coils and stuff. You know, it's been quite busy. It's been actually quite nice, to be fair. You know, being busy with family and stuff. What, my channel was gone? Are you talking about my channel, Alex? Well, as far as I know, I am still going. I haven't got anything off YouTube to say that anything's wrong. At least I don't think so, that I don't know. But definitely got YouTube here. Well, obviously I'm here anyway, so... Plus, I don't know if anybody's been on social media or heard the news. Past 45 minutes to an hour, I think Dolly Parton has just passed away as well. So that was a bit of a shock. A lot of people passing away this year. So like I said, there's only a few of you here. So anyway, let me get started. So what am I vaping on? Still cracking the Bonza Pro. Still haven't cleaned it. Still got a patina on it. Still got the turnstone on there. Still got the same 4-core stags in there. Still going. Fresh wick as well because I've changed my juice. While we've been having hot weather and stuff, I haven't vaped anything dessert flavour, which has shocked me because normally I bounce back and forth with juices during the summer and the hot weather, but no, I've just been vaping purely fruit juices at the moment. So yeah, I did re-wick it, so it's on its third re-wick. Get that up there. I know you like that patina. To be fair, I've shocked myself because normally it'd bother me and I'd get it all polished up again. But I think because I've been busy with stuff and everything, I've just been using it. I haven't really had time with obviously making coils and then family stuff. So I'm back on some dessert flavors. I'm on, have I got this one right? Yeah. Kingston. Oh, here we go with the jumping. Just give us a second, guys. I haven't. Let me put that on. Right. Hopefully I'm not going to have the jumping in and jumping out, guys, now. Apologise. So here we are, just back on this Kingston dessert, brownies and cream. Like I say, Today I've just gone back to desserts. Just fancy some desserts for a change. Rewicked. Same 4-core stags in there. Excuse me. Yeah. Nice. Plus, it hasn't been cold today, but me personally, I've been right cold today, so I haven't really sort of been wanting to vape fruit juices at all. I've been wanting dessert juices. Mickey 3D, you're on the Bonza Pro as well, and Asgard Mini, and Unicorn, Frappe. That sounds so awesome. I'm sure you mentioned that last week as well. And that's all I'm vaping on, guys, and the juice I'm vaping on. So let me get rid of that. Alex, you're vaping on your black and pink Bonza with the Bonza RTA on there. Chocolate eclair. Yeah, that's one that I really actually want to try is chocolate eclair. There's a few from Luscious. It's just I don't have time, or I see other things and I think, oh, I want that more. But yeah, sounds nice. Chocolate eclair. I do like chocolate eclairs. So that in a juice sounds awesome. Proper awesome. And yeah, those coils are still kicking it. Can't complain with those coils. Like I say, it's on its third rewick, obviously earlier because we're vaping fruit juices and I just wanted some clean wick and cleaned it up. So what am I got to drink tonight, guys? So I do have a Brew York, and it's a salted caramel and Ton Coco. Can't even read there. It's a salted caramel tonka and vanilla milk stout, and it's a 4.3%. So I don't think I've had this particular one before, so it's a new one to me. Yeah, see how it goes. I do have my second beer for tonight is another one from Brew York, but it's a different flavour and it is a stout. Mexican fried ice cream. Yeah, that's Alex. Seeing as that you vape that one, does it have cinnamon in it? And if it does have cinnamon in it, is it in your face cinnamon, or is it just slight cinnamon taste to that? Because I've tried a few Mexican fried ice cream and it's got cinnamon in it, and I'm all right with cinnamon if it's just like a hint or slight hint of cinnamon, but if it's too in your face, it puts me off the juice. Oh, so it hasn't got any cinnamon in it at all, right? So it must have been that couple of companies ages ago that I tried that put cinnamon in it, and I don't know why they put cinnamon in it. But yeah, that sounds awesome as well, Mexican fried ice cream. So anyway, let's go in for the pour. I'm using my normal glass that I use that's been in the freezer and it's currently dripping. So it's not a really thick stout. It's a very watery stout. I prefer a more thicker stout. Definitely smell the caramel in there. But I don't know what a ton coco is or tonki is. So yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, I think yeah, that's still from Luscious. Like I said, they've got quite a few flavors that does actually sound nice. That's right up my street. But yeah. Um, anyway, guys, cheers. I'm gonna have a sip first before I pair it because, like I say, I haven't had this particular one before. Mm. Well, Now, I don't know if it's just because of my taste buds, but I don't get no salty caramel or even vanilla notes from that. It just tastes like a plain stout. Anyway, let's pair it with the brownies and cream. Cheers, Alex. Above the clouds, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate you. So yeah, brownies and cream with the salted caramel and vanilla stout. That doesn't really have any flavour to it, just tastes like a stout. Let's give it a pair. Right, that's a weird one for me. A bit weird. Cheers, Mickey. I'm gonna blow my nose. So I'm just gonna pause you. It's a weird one, that. Come on. Right, I'm back, guys. So it's a weird one. It's with this one, just tastes like a plain stout. I'm not getting really any notes in it. I'm not tasting. It's not my favourite stout, and I'm hoping the other one that I got is a little bit better. But yeah, paired with the juice, all I'm getting is the notes from the juice, and then obviously the stout. It's not bringing out any flavour notes in the stout, like the salted caramel and vanilla. But it's hard to explain that one. It's like I'm getting the juice. Normally, when I pair it, brings out notes in the juice or the drink. I'm not getting that at all. So Nightbot will be doing its rounds as well for social media. Alex, it sounds like a nice combo, but that didn't pair together at all. Like I said, I was expecting a bit more flavour from that stout, because to me it just tastes like a plain stout. But it's right watery as well. I like a more like thicker, creamier stout, and those sort of stouts that I have a lot more flavour and stuff. And there's obviously a higher level in alcohol, percentage in alcohol, so I don't know if that contributes to it in any way whatsoever. But yeah, it's not my favourite pairing, but that just tastes like a normal plain stout to me, without any vanilla or any salted caramel taste in it. And I don't know what a tonki is, or a tom coco, or whatever it is. I don't know what that is. Um, but yeah, it's alcohol. It'll definitely do its job. So just let me move my laptop over. Started putting it in front of me when I start my live stream, so I'm not so much like this, like that, only like that and like this. So yeah, it's not one of my favourite pairings, Alex, I'm afraid. So anybody that was here last week know that it went totally tits up with the build, and then my phone decided to die battery wise, and it freaked me out because it's plugged in, always plugged in, but at the mains it was sticking out. Feel dumb. So anyway, I've made sure it's definitely plugged in, so I shouldn't have no cutting out whatsoever. So to make up, you're going to get a two for one this week. So I'll end up doing two builds today, because I've got two not new devices, but new to me. I don't know if he is in, but Dan, aka Sharpshooter, if you know him on Instagram, his is D, aka Sharpshooter. So if you don't follow him, go give him a follow on Instagram. Obviously, he buys coils off me, does a bit of photography as well of my coils. And you were asking me about the turnstone, and what did I prefer that compared to the Asgard. I'm like, I don't have a Asgard yet. Anyway, about a week or last week, but a couple of weeks ago, he says he says, I've got an Asgard that you can have. So I was like, well, what do you want for it? He goes, just pay for postage and it's yours. So even with that, he sent me a second one. He sent me a Dead Rabbit V4 as well. So I've got them two. So it's an Asgard Mini, which I believe is a V1. Got one of them, and a Dead Rabbit V4 RDA in that one. So there's going to be a couple of builds. I don't know, probably Asgard, dual coil, and then Dead Rabbit V4. I'll probably use it in single coil mode with the adapter on that. Alcohol makes it better. Yeah, the only Dead Rabbit that I currently have is the Dead Rabbit RTA, the V1 RTA, which I've used in other streams. But yeah, I'll show you them. You've probably seen them, but I'll show you them. So a big shout out to, like I say, Dan, aka Sharpshooter. I don't know if he's in. He probably will come in because he did want to see me build on them. But yeah, big shout out to him for sending me these absolutely free. You know, looking after me. Big love, brother. But yeah, they came. So this is what I'm building on today. So let me get you situated and swiveled round. Right, there we are. So about there should be good. Get you to the end just there. Thing's got juice on it and stuff like that. So yeah, here we are. So Asgard Mini and the Dead Rabbit V4. There we are. Stop shaking, camera. There we are. So they're the two that I've got. So the Asgard that he sent me was black, or it's either a matte black or a grey. I can never tell with my eyes. It does look a bit grey, but it's probably just a matte black. On camera, it does look like black, to be fair. But off camera, I can never tell if it's black or grey, a matte grey. But yeah, Asgard. Nice and clean. Positive pin in there without the squonk pin. So you probably all know what an Asgard is. I've never had one. I haven't used them in any way. I did take some photographs with them on some mods, but I haven't actually built on them and used them. So yeah, there is normally a beauty ring which didn't come with it, but the squonk pin is there anyway. So that is the Asgard Mini. So 25mm, I believe, and then 27 with the beauty ring. But yeah, that's the Asgard just there. And then Dead Rabbit V4. It's actually quite sick. This one's a splatter one, a black with white splatter. So yeah, I'm not going to show you the boxes fully, just in case there's anything on there that's going to give me a strike. But yeah, Dead Rabbit V4. It's actually quite nice. Not that I'm a splatter fan, but yeah, that's nice. Right. Okay, Mickey 3D, yeah. Yeah, that does look good. I get you, brother. I mean, I've got the turnstone and I really do like the turnstone, but some people are divided. And I believe this is 24 or 25mm, just like that. Anyway, normal Dead Rabbit deck, normal Asgard deck. I'm sure I don't have to tell you. I'm not going to show you because you're going to see it when I build it. So I do want to build the Asgard Mini first. So there we are. Oh, it's actually the 2, actually, to be fair. There is a 2 there. Asgard 2, so it is the 2, sorry. So that's the one I want to build on first. So the question is which build do I do? Because I was thinking maybe a series build on this. a series build, but it's a matter of which build to do. So there's a couple of series builds that I do like. It's a 2-core Alien with 28 gauge and 36, and then also the same with a dual core staggered fuse Clapton 28 gauge 36 gauge. I probably can at a push with 26 gauge, as long as I do it in 3.5 millimeters and have a bit of extra wraps. So Alex, you like the sound of a series staggered fuse Clapton? Yeah, so that would be 28 dual core 28 gauge 36 gauge. What does everybody else think? So let me do that so you can get a bit more of an angle. Just there like that. Remove that. Would be tasty. So anybody else, any preference? Because yes, staggered fuse Clapton sounds about good. I do like staggered fuse Clapton. So anyway, let me get set up and we'll see how that goes. I will sort of briefly go through what I use. If you have any questions, ask and I will let you know what's what. If I miss your comment, just keep asking it, just in case that I'm concentrating on the build and I can't take my eyes off what I'm doing. So just getting set up with my table or little table, so my coil is about eye length, and I've got this the wrong way because I do have a little marking just there, so I know how to position my drill or make sure how I position my drill. And when I need to get you in close, I will get you in close, guys. So like I say, if you've seen some previous live streams that I did use a Daedalus Pro drill before, but since I've started making coils and selling them, I needed a fast drill, especially when I'm doing stuff like decors as well. I can do them really quick. So I have all it marked. I use a couple of clamps, cheap ones. This is slightly different to the one that I normally use. These are the ones that I'm telling you about from Aldi. Nice, bit more stronger, bit more hefty, and you get 2 for about £6, about that size, big ones. So I secure this to the drill, to the bench, making sure everything's level how I need it and everything's in that space. There we are. So this first one goes with the drill to the bottom of my bench, just here. And then I use a slightly smaller one to clamp down this bit just here, to the table, basically. Just to make sure everything's secure and nothing's going to move while I'm doing it. So my drill stays nice and tight. So I'm using my flat chuck. So you've seen me use this before. My flat chuck keeps all, if you're doing like multi-core builds, nice and straight and parallel. So I have got a bit of wire in there left over from when I was making coils earlier. So yeah, it's just basically a flat chuck. Not a problem, Alex. Appreciate you, my brother. So yeah. And then my swivel system that I use is just simple. It's just a bench vise like that, piece of wood that I've knocked together with a hook and some swivels. So I've got 3 swivels on there. Don't cheap out with your swivel, guys. Get good swivels because you'll end up buying more and more. But these haven't failed for me since I've got them. The Cedra Heavy Duty dual rotating ball bearing swivels, so they rotate on both sides of the eye, and the heavy duty nice and big ones. And I've got 3 of them on there, but if you're using them, never use one on their own. Always use 2 just in case one fails. The other one picks up the slack. But yeah, these were recommended me from Kevin Freeman, Coil Magician. So if you know Kevin and you know his work, go give him a follow on social media as well. He recommended these ones to me, and they haven't failed one bit since I've used them. I have had to soak them in WD-40 every now and then, but they have never failed. They've always spinned on the button. So as you can see, normally I have preparation stuff here. I don't have anything prepared. So you will have to see me do 2 staggered. The first one I'll go into detail for you, and then the second one I'll just get on with it as well. And with me having a faster drill, it shouldn't take me too long as well to do 2 pieces of staggered fuse Clacton. So I want some 28 gauge and 38 gauge, which is there. So I use Stealth Vape wire NI80 just there, 28 gauge. And same Stealth Vape NI80. No, that's ribbon wire. Why is that ribbon wire there? So that ribbon wire is in the wrong location. Or I've just picked it up wrong. Knowing me, I've picked it up wrong. And 38 gauge, same NI80. So I need 2 pieces of obviously wire to do my stagger fuse on. I want around about 30 centimeters of wire. I like to have extra, rather have extra for 2 coils and not need it, rather than need it and wish I'd done longer. So what I do is I work out roughly how much wire I'll need, and then I do a little bit extra for obviously putting in the chuck and swivel, because it's going to be in the swivel more than once. So I want extra wire because I'm going to be cutting off wire as well. So I'm going to cut 2 pieces of wire at say 40 centimeters just to give me that bit of extra leeway on here. So bam, 40 centimeters, because some's going to go in the chuck and then I'm going to lose some in the swivel as well. So pliers and some cutters. So all I'm going to do is going to pull off 2 pieces. NI80 is a nice soft wire as well, so you should be able to just give it a little tug. If you don't have the hand strength or whatever, just stick it in the chuck of your drill, hold it with a pair of pliers and just spin it for a couple of seconds, and you should be good. That should straighten it up. So it might be a bit of overkill, but because I'm doing a live, I just want to double check and just make sure I've got enough wire for what I'm doing as well. Because if you were here last week, you know it was a bit of a shit show, and I don't want it to be that today. I want it to go nice and smoothly. So that's my first piece at 40 centimeters, like that. Then I'm just going to give it a little tug. You don't have to give it a right big tug. You just need to give it a little bit of resistance just so it straightens that wire out. There we are. So that's my 2 pieces just there ready. And what I like to do, just so I can sort of keep everything nice and level and all the same length, I put an L in this side because of the truck, and it makes it easier for me to attach my wire. So I'll get both pieces of wire, being careful that I don't bend it. And I normally bend it around just under 1.5 centimeters, because that should be enough. And then I do exactly the same on the other side that I'm going to put into my chuck. into my swivel, sorry, not my chuck. And then it sort of just works out. It should, both wires should be the same length when I cut it free after staggering them. So that's my 2 pieces just there. So I am going to need a spacing wire to obviously create that stagger. Johnny D, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate you. Here we go again, yeah. So this, no, not the same build as last week. I need a bit more practice with that one. So I'm going to stay in my lane for the moment. So today I'm doing a series staggered fuse Clapton build today. So I'm using 28 gauge and 36 gauge. So I will need a piece of wire to create my stagger, which is that. So I'll take a piece of that off to obviously create the stagger, which I will get you in close and everything, guys, when I need to. So I'm just going to mount my wire. So I'm going to get one of these pieces of wire without tangling it up. And then I'm going to put it in the chuck of my flat chuck just here. And there is a center point in this flat chuck, so it sits nice and center. So that's what I'm going to do. There's a little crease there. And once I've done, I'm just going to clamp that down. There we are. Make sure that's locked in. And then I've got that piece just on the side, just there, just to make it easier to mount my wire. So again, this side, I'm just going to bring my swivel in and secure it to my swivel. So just put your wire through, bend it round and twist it like that, just so it's not going to go anywhere when you put tension obviously on the wire. So you don't want too much tension, you just want enough. So I'd say that's about enough, just like that. So that's about enough just there, just a little bit of tension, and it's a bit loose as well. So make sure that your swivels move with your drill, which they do. And as I've shown you before, these do rotate really, really well with less effort whatsoever. So I will just make that tension a little bit better. Again, just check your swivels, make sure they move, and then hopefully as well my mic is drowning out the loud sound as well from the drill as well. So because it spins faster, I can do these right fast, hence why you see me do 2. So let me just whip you in here close like that. So now what I'm going to do with a piece of 38 gauge, I want a piece to create my spacing. Now the way I do it is I get a piece and I start a rough stagger going, and and then wrap my spacing wire around a couple of times, hang it, seal it, and then hang something off it, and then obviously create my stagger like that, and it'll keep the spaces nice and consistent all the way down to where I need it. So what I like to do as well is I like to measure how much wire I've got, which looks about right. And then I know roughly where to stop doing my stagger as well. So I hope everybody's with me at the moment and I'm not confusing anybody. But yeah, so what I'm going to do is, before I attach my wire, I'm just going to pull a small piece out. So I'd say about there is what I want. And then just cut that and drop that there. So that's the wire I'm going to be using to create my spacing. So like I say, when I need to get you in really, really close, I will get you in close. So it's not like an alien where you have to do it the opposite way around to what you're doing. Just do it the same direction from start to finish in the direction you're comfortable with. So I like to wrap over the top, so that's what I'm going to be doing, that direction. If you prefer to wrap over the bottom, you do it in that direction as well. Plus the dual core staggered fuse Clapton, the SFC, with 2 cores is probably the easiest staggered fuse Clapton you can do. Or I find it a lot more easier than doing more than 2 cores. So I'm just going to attach my wire to this tail here, just to get it locked in. And like I say, this just end bit just makes it a lot easier to mount the wire. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to start it off like that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a rough stagger to get on with. This will help me mount my wire. So what I'm going to do here just quickly, I'm just going to perch my spool down here. So let me get you about there, just so I can roughly show you what I'm talking about. And I'm probably on the wrong one, so I'll put you there. Just there like that. So I'll show you what I'm doing and then I'll zoom out because I'll need more space, because the way I've got this camera set up just here in this position, it's way too close to what I'm doing. So if I put you there, that's probably the best I can get. So as you can see there, I've got a rough stagger just going, just to begin with. And this is for mounting the wire. So what I'm going to do with this wire now is I'm going to put it in between the first wrap of behind the first wrap of the wire, then fold it round the wraps about 2 or 3 times and secure it. Now, I will get you in close once I've done it again, but I will have to zoom you out just a little bit, guys. Oh, right. So, Jim, when you say try the forced wire, so what do you mean by the forced wire method, Mickey? Are you talking about parafusing, or am I just misunderstanding your terminology of what I'm doing? Of what you're doing, sorry, not what I'm doing. So let me get that. So I know you can't see what I'm doing, but you will get a gist of what I am doing. Or you'll see me doing something, but I'm just going to change my lens out, guys. Because that's just too much. Yeah, that's better. So, like I say, I'm going to get this wire now, my spacing wire. So, as I said, I am going to put it behind that first wrap. It can be fiddly at first, but once you get it in there, then there's the first wrap. Take your time, don't do it too fast. You want it obviously to fall in the spaces in the wraps behind as well. You don't want anything overlapping. Now I wrap about 3 or 4 times just to get it nice and secure. And then I'm going to get the ends just like that. So let me do that so you can see what my hands are doing. Just like that. So with this end, I'm just going to secure it and put a twist in it. So obviously it will be able to hold the weight that I'm going to put on it. Now there's different methods to do this. You can use a tool or a spacing tool. I know you can buy them. A spacing tool. You can use the button method. I stopped using the button method because it kept messing up on me, the button method. It just failed for me. But this method works perfectly for me, is using the spacing wire and hanging a weight from it. So there we are. So get some twists in there, just enough to hold this end that you're going to hang something by. So once I've done a few twists, I normally fold it over there like that and then put like an extra twist in there just to make it a lot more stronger, because the last thing you want is when you hang something down off this wire, you don't want it coming loose as well, or you don't want your weight falling off halfway through you doing your staggered bit. So now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to hang this from here. So that's what I'm going to use as my weight, or as I'm using it for my weight. Oh, so you sort of like parafuse, do you? Mickey? Do you mean you parafuse? So I want to get that in there. So let me get you back in close. Like that. Change the camera up. And get you zoomed in just right, which is about there. So as you can see, I've done that there. Like that. And I've wrapped it round a couple of times within those spacings just there like that, which is what I want. I've also made sure that it's not overlapping, it's sitting all nice and flush, which it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to let that hang, and I'm just going to adjust a bit, just a little bit more. There we are. Like that. There we are. So that's the best I can get it. So you've got it roughly there. As you start wrapping, it'll all sit in place and bunch up just nicely. So because this drill goes fast and everything, I just use a drip tip like this in between the hole of my spool, like that. It just helps the spool run smoothly. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull that and then just pull that slightly just to make sure. Now, the way I'm doing this spacing is I just sort of lean my wire slightly towards my chuck of my drill, just to make sure that those spacings are as straight as possible. So I lean just slightly towards the chuck of my drill as I'm doing it. So once I get going, I will zoom out, but I'll basically show you what I'm doing here. You'll be able to see it. Yeah, Johnny D. Yeah, for me, I just struggle with the button method. Yeah, it always messes up me trying to tie down the wire. So here we go. So as you can see, as the wire goes, it bunches up like that. So it goes all nice and straight. And then as I go, so as you can see, the spacing becomes nice and even. So after I've done a couple of wraps just to get going, I make sure there's no overlapping. And then also I just give this a little tug as well, like that, just to make sure. So once I get out of camera view, guys, I will just zoom you out and carry on. But yeah, just hold your spool just a hair towards the chuck of your drill. And it'll help keep those wraps nice and straight. And I want to make sure as well that I'm not messing up, which I'm not. And that should keep your spacing nice and neat. Now I know it doesn't look good on here because of the focus, but the spacing still is good. So as I'm going along, I'm still checking the spacing. Now if your swivels just get a little bit slack, just tighten it up. So again, I'm just checking that's nice and level, and then just carry on. And as you can see, get out of here, there's still nice spacing going along just here. Now I know you can't see it properly because of the focus. That bit there looks as if there's no staggered in them, but there is stagger in them. So again, I'm just going to readjust my camera. You can see what I'm doing. You just have to carry on to the end, obviously, of your wire. So there we are. Get you out here. Come on. Come on, Henry. So again, I'm just going to check which it is. Still the same. So just keep going basically until you get to the end. I will be stopping just slightly because I want round about 30 centimeters of staggered or just over. And then taking a bit of consideration when you do cut it, there will be a slight spring back like you do in a decor for an alien. So every now and then I'll just keep an eye out. And like I say, I hope my mic is doing its job at drowning out the drill. If it isn't, I apologise, guys. So having a quick check, yeah. And then plus, because I'm not going all the way to the end, obviously I want extra for plenty of room for the core to move as well as I'm fusing them both together. So I'm just going to have a quick measure of how much stagger I've got. I need just a little bit more. Give that another couple of seconds. Measure that. So I've got about just about 31. And I just want slightly extra, just to take into consideration that bit of spring back when I cut the wire as well. So quick measure, that should be perfect, or I'm hoping it should be perfect. We will see. So all I'm going to do now is, that's my first bit of staggered done. So what I'll do, just so you can see as well what I'm talking about, let me get you over here. Just so you can see what happens when I obviously do this end. So let me get you there. So that should be good. Let me lock in this focus so it doesn't jump. So I'd say about there. You just need to roughly see what I'm doing. So as I cut this wire, you'll notice that it springs back a bit. So keep an eye just here, because this is where it ends. So as I cut that flush, so can you see where the wire is and where it sprung back to, which is about there? So this big gap here that's got no wire gives a plenty of room for the stagger to move as well as you're wrapping it, as you're going along. So just going to lock that off. I can't really use this spacing wire again, so I will throw that away and then obviously get a nice new piece. I'll just move that, and I'm messing up this wire. Hopefully when I pull it, it should straighten out a bit. So where is my lens? See if I can get you. Get you there. So if I push you down, so just about there, you can see that stagger perfect. Just there. Some nice spacing. Just there like that. And that's what you want. So now when it comes to taking this off, you need to obviously be very, very careful. You need to be delicate with what you're doing, because you don't want to mess up those spacings now that you've got it all set. Hence why I like to have wire here that's got no wire on. And you want to make sure you don't grab where the spacing is. So the spacing finishes just about here. So at least here I've got some wire that I can just hold. I'm going to release this and move it out the way. I'm going to make sure there's nothing in the way. I just want it to lay flat in front of me. So there, I'm just going to lay that piece there. I'm going to do exactly the same with this piece, guys. So I'm not going to get you in close or anything. I'm just going to get on with it and do it. Hence why with the first one, I'm showing you exactly what I'm doing. But you don't need to see me do two pieces up close. So like I say, this bit, you'll just have to be here along for the ride. And I'll get this second piece done. And then get ready for fusing it together, guys. So again, all I'm doing is just securing my wire here to this end of the swivel. just to lock it in. And like I say, I put an L in both ends just so that when I cut it off flush where my swivels are, it should be exactly the same length as that one. So let me move that back and secure that in. Make sure everything's doing all right. Swivel's moving, which it is. And then I'll just get myself set up again. So one piece of spacing wire, which is roughly about a piece like that. Now, in theory, I could just do one big massive long piece and cut it in the center and then bring them together. But I don't like to do it that way because then that can also, doing that, make inconsistencies and mess up your spacing. Hence why I do one piece and then a separate piece after it. I don't just do one big piece and cut it in half, because that can create slight problems as well. So I'm just going to get this locked in, create a slight stagger to obviously mount my spacing wire. And where's that other lens? So you might see my head poking about with my binoculars on. So most of you guys know I use these. Just helps me get a nice up and close, similar to that macro lens. So all I'm doing here is I'm making sure that the spacing that I've created isn't too big and going to cause an issue when I'm mounting this spacing wire. So again, grab your spacing wire. You want to get it behind where the first wrap is, or the first spacing. Take your time. Once you've got it in that groove, I've wrapped it around twice. Like I say, wrap it slowly so it falls into the spacing of the few staggers that you've already made. So I wrap around 4 times. I never used to, just used to do it a couple of times. But now I do it about 3 or 4 times just to make sure. There's, like I say, there's no wrong or right way to do it. It's just the way that works, obviously, for you. If you prefer it another way, that's completely fine. Like I say, there's no wrong or right way. There's different methods. It's just which one works for you. And for me, this works. This just works for me. So if I can not mess this up. Again, I'm just getting some twists in there. And then normally just double up and put another loop just at the end, just to secure this wire for what I'm weighing down on it. So when it comes to choosing something to use as a weight, it's just trial and error, getting it right for the wire that you're using. The way I've got this set up just works for when I'm doing 26 and 28 gauge. If I'm doing a thinner wire like 30 gauge, I do have to take this metal thing off because then it's too heavy and it's creating too much of a bow in the wire and putting too much stress on it. So again, now that I'm set up and good, use my bit just here, get things out the way, get it started. Like I say, I'm leaning just slightly more towards the chuck just to help those wraps stay stood up. Mr. Intense, how we doing, my brother? Thanks for joining. Barcode, thanks for joining, my brother. I shouldn't think you can't use freebase juice. It all depends on your preference of how you're vaping. The only thing I can say to you is to try it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, then obviously not. There's no wrong or right way. What's right for one person might be something completely different to another. Or somebody that's in the chat that's used one of those devices might be able to help you. But it all depends on the matter of if you like a good throat hit. That's what freebase does. Gives you a bit more of a throat hit compared to salts. So like I say, I hope my microphone is doing its job. I'm just going to turn up the speed of my drill so it might get a bit louder. So keep checking, make sure everything's nice. There we are. Quick measure. I want roughly about the same amount I had before. And hopefully I'll get roughly the same spring back that I got from the first one, which is about right, just there. So I am going to stop, and again, just basically do the same thing, cut it flush. You will get some spring back from the staggered, hence why I do just slightly more than what I need. So get rid of that. Don't need my weight anymore, so move that. So now that I've got both of my staggereds done, I just want to make sure I turn my drill down. I want to make sure there's nothing here. Again, I'm just going to release it from my chuck, my swivel and chuck. So now that I've got two pieces of staggered, yeah, like I say, Barcode, there's no right or wrong way, because what one person might like on one device or whatever, another person, it might not be for them. Everybody's different. I think that's the beauty as well of vaping. Everybody's different. Everybody likes different styles, or they might like the same style with a slight tweak to it because they like it just slightly. But I don't vape freebase liquid no more. I find it too harsh. I vape salts in all my liquid. I think it got to a point where freebase started spoiling vaping for me. But yeah, I moved on to salts, which is what I'm doing now. I'm just gonna have a quick break, guys. Appreciate you all that's in here. Cheers. I hope you've got something nice to drink. It's not the best drink that I've ever had. Just tastes like a normal plain stout. And it's supposed to taste like a salted caramel. But it seems like I'm not getting that from this drink. Beautiful. So now that I've got my two staggered pieces together, I will get you in slightly close so you can see what I do with those now. So I've got my two pieces of wire that's staggered. Now, normally I'd chop these ends off. I'm not going to bother today because it makes it harder. And I just find if you're learning as well, it's just an extra step that might complicate it for you or mess up your wraps. Because now when you do touch this, you got to be careful with the spacing. It's really easy to accidentally run your fingers down them. I've done it many a times, even though I've been making these for ages. It's very easy. So even I've got to, especially on a live, got to make sure that I don't forget it's not just one piece of wire without a stagger on and run my fingers down. Otherwise, you'll mess up your spacing and then you'll have to do it again. The Vape God, Mac. I think I've heard it. I don't think I've ever seen one barcode. But I am a mech user. I elevate to mechs. I do have regulated mods and stuff like that. But if I were to choose any sort of setup, it'll definitely be a mech with an RDA on it. Because me personally, just my style of vaping, not everybody's the same. I don't put RTAs on a mech. I just think they look a bit odd. I'm more of a, RDA on a mech person rather than an RTA. RTAs and stuff like that, I have to put on a box mod. Even if I've got a mechs box mod, that's fine. But tube mechs, I don't tend to use RTAs on it. That's nice. Right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to be putting these together. And then as I lift them up, you probably won't see me do it. But because I'm wearing these, I get a close-up and I make sure that the spacing for both wires are parallel. So when it comes to fusing them together, the spacing isn't offset from the other piece. So the wire just falls nicely in between both wires and fuses them together. So you don't want a top wire with the spacing and the bottom wire where the wire is, because then obviously it's not going to fuse together. But I will show you once I get it in the chuck. It's just that this bit you probably won't see much. But basically that is what I am doing. I am getting them together and spaced right on top of each other. So this is when these binocular things come in handy. So what I want to do is I want to put these together roughly. Only roughly, because I might have to adjust or move. So now that I've got these together, like I say, you've got to be very, very careful. So if you have to move your fingers, don't slide it down. You have to let go and move across. So now that I've got these together, I'm just going to have a quick look to make sure that the spacing is parallel. And I'm going to create just a slight gap with them. A slight gap just to begin with to mount. So they look pretty good together. So I'm going to open my chuck, feed these wires in again, making sure I'm getting them as center as possible. Perfect. I think that's perfect. So you see how I've just let go and I haven't gone like that. I've just let go of them. I don't want to disrupt the spacing or anything. So that's in the chuck now. Oh, wow. What do you mean by sign a waiver? Because it was a mech mod? So, now that I'm at this end just here, I want to carefully, because at these ends, the stagger isn't all the way to the end, I've got wire that I can hold together without touching the staggered bit. So I want to make sure that the top wire is on the top here and the bottom wire is on the bottom just here. Like that. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to let them flop for a minute. So the way I do my staggered, depending on how many calls that I'm doing, depends on how many wires I attach to my swivel. Now, if I am doing a 2-core, I will mount both wires or 2 middle wires to the swivel. So if I'm doing 3-core staggered, I'll just mount the middle one to the swivel and let the 2 on the outside just hang. If I'm doing a 4-core, again, I will do the 2 center ones and let the 2 outer ones just go. So I want to get you in close because I want you to see roughly what I'm doing here. So once I've got these wires where I want them, making sure that they're parallel and not overlapping in any way. So they are both straight on top of each other, just like that. So with my swivel, let me just move it out. I'm going to put both wires through, but when I come to lock them in, come on, move, you stupid wire. When it comes to locking it in, so I've got enough space for me to obviously lock it in, and then enough space for runoff. So for the stagger to move down if need be. So I'm trying to do this so you can see it a little bit better. So when I do this with the 2 wires, so these wires are slammed together, because then that's going to create issues as you're fusing together. So as I wrap the 2 wires around from the tail, I put them in between, or I thread them in between, if you get what I mean. So the 2 wires that have come through the swivel, I put it through the middle of the wire. And as you can see there, what that creates is a spacing, so it's not slammed together like that. So again, I'm going to put it through, wind it around, and then I'm going to do exactly the same. I'm going to go in between both wires with the tails, or I'm going to try to. This is a build as well, that preparation can make or break your build. So I'm just going to make sure that there's a space there. Thread them through again. So once you get to here, this is where I'll just split them and then bend them back. So as you can see there, now that that's locked in, there's this gap in between the wires. So these won't be slammed together, and the spacing can move with the extra spare wire for runoff, if you understand what I mean. Are you back, Alex? That's good. I appreciate you, my brother. And now I'm going to lock that in. So after I've locked that in, you want a decent amount of tension on there, not too much, but just enough that there's a little bit of flex in there, like that. So if I move that around and just put my hand there, so can you see how there is a space in between? So these wires are slammed together. So as I'm fusing this end and they're coming together, there's still plenty of room on this side for the cores to move. And same with mounting it here, I've left a bit of a gap. So I will get you in there so you can see this end. So this is the end of the chuck. I know you're probably saying no shit, Sherlock. Yeah, I get you. So let me focus this in for you guys. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, so basically that's why I do it like that, which I'll explain just in a second once I get you in close here. So, as you can see, there's a bit of a gap here where the chuck is, like that. So as I fuse along, the spacing will shift a bit, will move. Now, if they're slammed together flush, when it comes to wrapping, it doesn't give enough space for this to move a bit, because it will move a bit. Hence why I leave a little space at this end where the swivels are for it to obviously move a bit as you wrap. So let me get you in just a little bit close, because then I can get you in close more or less at this angle. So there. So let me get this. So no, there we are. So there we are. So yeah, there's a little gap in there because I don't want them slammed together, just like that. Gleisha, thanks for joining. Oh, yeah, is it? Yeah, Gleisha, thanks for joining. I appreciate you. I appreciate that, Gleisha. Yeah, that's what sets me apart. I could just do normal retro stuff and just install coils. So I won't get Mr. Intense started on installers. I actually make my coils live that I'm going to use in my stream. So if you're not already subscribed, Gleisha, I will appreciate that, my brother. I'm here every week on Tuesday. And I also sell coils as well. Oh, you're a long subscriber. I don't think I've seen you comment much, Gleisha. So I apologize if you have commented before and I've missed your comment. I do apologize. So now that I'm all set up, I mean, you can see roughly that the spacing is bang on parallel. I appreciate that, Gleisha. I'm the same. When I'm watching other live streams, I tend to lurk or have it going on in the background, is what I tend to do myself. I am a lurker myself. So, I need to blow my nose, guys. So, I'm just going to mute my mic. There we are. I'm back, guys. Right. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, again, same wire you've used for your spacing, same wire as you use to make your staggered bit. Use exactly the same gauge wire, which is 38 gauge. Like I say, wrapping all the same direction. It's not like an alien where you have to wrap one way and then final wrap the other way. Just do it all the same direction you feel comfortable with. So what I'm going to do is first I'm just going to, obviously with the legs that are poking out here on the side, I'm just going to mount my wire or lock my wire in. So that's my wire locked in. I am going to be using this little piece just to help the spool rotate nicely. So what I'm going to do here is, as you can see, I'm just going to get the wire going in the spacing like that. Get it going just like that. Now if you've got your spacing correct, it should come together just nicely as long as you go steady and not too fast. If you've got your spacing perfectly, you should be able to just hold your spool more or less straight with maybe with a slight edge towards your swivel. But if you've got them bang on straight, you should be able to just hold your spool in a right angle direction. If you mess up, you should be good just to reverse and correct it. If not, you can also, by doing that, you can also mess up your spacing as well if you have to reverse. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to hand turn it once just to make sure that I've got my spool in the right direction. And then I'm just going to go steady. I've got enough pressure on my spool to obviously help it fall into those spacing, but not too hard that I am gonna be having my I'm gonna cause an issue while I'm doing it. But probably, like I say, this is probably the easiest staggered fuse Clapton that you can do. Is a 2-core. As you start adding wire, that's when it can get a little bit more difficult. Yes, Mr. Intense. I do know about Dolly Parton. I don't know about anybody else. I've seen social media or news in the past couple of hours ago now. My wife actually came in as I was setting up to do my live. She goes, "You're not going to believe it, but Dolly Parton's just passed away." So yeah, Jeevan, thanks for joining. I appreciate you, my brother. Thanks for joining. So you don't need to move your spool too much as well. Don't be tempted to start moving your spool too much this way, because you won't need to move it just as much. You just need to adjust slightly. So like I say, enough pressure to keep it going, and hopefully don't do it too fast, because then that can mess up your spacing as well, going too fast, because you're not giving your wire enough time to shift as well. So just take your time. You don't have to do it fast. Just do it at a nice steady pace, and then every now and then stop and just readjust your hands slightly, and then carry on with the spacing. Because you want to give it time to be able to shift slightly as well. So give it that chance to do that. So if it means you stopping and starting, just do that. Being able to wrap it fast doesn't make you a good or a bad builder. It's just what's comfortable for you. And just in my experience, especially when doing lives and stuff, it'll mess up if I start going too fast. So I'll move you over just slightly, just so you can see. And I'll get you focused in as well. So it's just these little tricks. I mean, I'm still learning as I'm doing coil builds myself. I am still learning little tricks just to make it easier for me when I'm making coils, obviously for my coil business, and then obviously doing lives as well. Because not everybody wants to build their own coils, but if they do, like I say, there's not many people now that actually make coils on the lives. So yeah, what I will do is I will just switch back to my other lens just so I can see a little bit better. Yeah, that one's not. So I'm just readjusting my lenses, guys. Just so I can see it a little bit better, because obviously my phone's there so you can see. So I can't have my head all the way up to what I'm doing. So if I just adjust my lens, I can see. So yeah, just very carefully get going again. Like I say, no right, no wrong way to do it. Just do it. I just recommend not rushing, because when you rush, that's when stuff starts to go wrong, and you don't want to do that as well. I appreciate that, Jeevan. Yeah, they are a work of art. They're even more work of art when you do more than 2 cores. But like I've said, probably just the normal SSFC. The 2-core ones are a lot easier than doing multi-core ones. And like I say, it's really easy as well to think you need to move your spool quick. Don't do that. You'll move your spool slower down the line than you think. When you start moving your spool too quick, that's when you start getting inconsistencies with your wrapping and spacing, which is not what you want to do. Like I said, you don't have to go too fast. Just go a nice steady space. Like I say, you want to give plenty of time for the stagger cores that you're wrapping just to shift slightly. Hence why I give a little space at the end for runoff. Because if the other end of your stagger cannot move, then obviously you're going to get bunching up and your spaces are going to go thinner. So like I say, take your time, no rush. Like I say, being able to spin it really quick doesn't necessarily make you a good builder or even a bad builder. It's the joy of creating something nice. I don't have to tell people that make their own coils and vape their own coils. There's just coils and vaping your own coils. It's just one of those things. So let me get your focus back in. I want you to be able to see what I'm doing as it wraps. So again, get yourself positioned correctly, your spool nice, and then slowly carry on. And like I say, you don't need to move your spool as much as you think you need to move it, because obviously you're not doing the staggered part. You're not making the stagger to fuse together, so you want to give plenty of time for stuff to shift. And I hope that makes sense to you guys and I'm not confusing you. But yeah. And it is also a really nice coil as well. And it's always good as well, just stop and check and make sure stuff's moving as you want it to, which it seems to be going really, really well so far. Fame's last words. This is when stuff starts messing up. And also with how you hold your spool as well, that'll also help it fall into those spaces as well, giving yourself plenty of time. So what I'm going to do, guys, I know you can see what I'm doing. I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. I'll move you along as I'm doing it so you can see it all come together. You can see it all come together. And let's get going again. So this is my favorite sort of style or variant of wire I like to use with the series build. I'm not much of a right low series build vapor. Not that I don't vape at the borderline of 0.3, but I tend to like my series coils in between 0.4 and 0.6 ohms dual coil. It's just the way I like my series build. Let's see if I can get this. There we are. A bit better in there as well. Mr. Intense is doing what he normally does, is posting links. So don't forget to go check out these other social medias and YouTube channel. Mr. Intense works ever so hard on these live streams. So I appreciate you, my brother, Mr. Intense. And again, just going to adjust what I need to do. Keeping an eye out. So at the other end where the spool is, it has shifted a bit or moved down. So hence why I'm just taking my time, giving it time to shift, and just taking that extra time to make sure that there's a slight gap in between the wires. So Jeevan, you wish you could handle series? Just far too hot. I think that's hence why I like my series round about between the 0.4 and the 0.6 ohm mark, because you still get a nice series warm hit, but it's not absolutely toasty like a 0.3 or even a single coil. A single coil can ramp up really quick. But like I say, I tend to like my series between the 0.4, the 0.4 and the 0.6 mark for my series. There we are. And like I say, so far so good. I'm not doing it really fast. I'm giving everything plenty of time. And plus I'm doing a nice long piece as well. So I'm hoping as well that I don't run out of runoff as well. So Johnny D, so are you? So if I'm doing a series build, I tend to do something like this: 28 gauge, 36 staggered fuse Clapton, 2-core aliens. I tend to use if I want a nice high build, high resistance series build. If I want to be at you more or less your borderline of your 0.3 in a series, I'll tend to use a dual core 26, 36 staggered fuse Clapton or a dual core alien with that. But that's normally at around about a 3.5mm ID and on the lines about 8 or 9 wraps. But I'm hoping this should ohm out higher than a 0.3. But resistance all depends on what RDA you're putting it in, how long your legs are cut, will change the resistance depending on how long your legs are to fit in that RDA, and then obviously in a diameter and the amount of wraps that you use as well. So again, just I'm hoping actually I don't run out of runoff here, because I am getting slightly closer to that runoff. And plus you want to start and stop, make sure that everything's going nice and consistent and everything. So I'll move you across again. Just there. So currently the Dark Star that I've been vaping at the moment, which is really what me and my wife has been vaping, is Lobotomy, which is like a lemon sherbet. But because obviously with the tax and everything in, obviously I'm sort of like making one shots myself, which I will probably might start doing a segment of that when I get some more concentrates in and stuff like that. I've got a litre of nicotine. I've got plenty of VG and PG. I just need to get some more concentrates. So I might start doing that as well on my lives. Maybe start mixing up one shots before I'm comfortable making juice from scratch and using my own ingredients and stuff. Instead of just using a ready-made one shot. So yeah, Mr. Intense, they're not all great. I mean, I've had a few out there that have been a bit muted with flavour. But I am picky as well. I do like their custard sponge. I really like their Dark Star custard sponge. And I like their nerds, which are called dorks now. The peach and raspberry dorks, which is basically peach and raspberry nerds. That's nice as well. And there is quite a few on there that I do want to try. But because I know some of them for me are, I found either mute or not what I thought, it makes me more resistant to obviously buy juice. Because like I say, I'm too picky when it comes to juices. I'm way picky. Yeah, a lot of people say Athena's good. Jeevan, what is Athena again? What is the flavour profile? Just for people in the chat that don't know what Athena is. But I know that is extremely popular with Dark Star, is Athena. But I'm more of a dessert flavoured person. I like to vape, but I do like their lobotomy, which is like I say, is like basically like a lemon sherbet sweet. And that's just been nice and refreshing with the hot weather that we've been having. Strawberry, kiwi, and bubblegum. Wow, that is a lot going on there with that juice. The only thing I don't like about Dark Star, I mean, I know obviously they have to make money and everything, but what you pay for 120 ml, 100 short fill, you can pay around about the same for a bottle shot. So either way, you're wasting 10 quid in the event you don't like it. So, but hence why I don't do it, and I'm too picky. But I've got to do it because I am getting some concentrates from different companies to try. Because obviously we've got, us in the UK, we've got that vape tax coming. So people, yeah, don't want thingy. I haven't tried Kayuki, but I've heard Kayuki are quite good. But I think that's the thing about juice. It's subjective. What somebody will find a lot of flavour out of, some people might like extra flavour. Like I say, it's one of the beauties of vaping and stuff. Everybody's different. Everybody's got different tastes and stuff. Because some juices I see people say are nice and good, and I've tried them, and I'm like, it's not like how you say it tastes. But like I say, with anything, what one person might like, another won't like, and that's not just with juices. That's with devices, RDAs, RTAs. One person might prefer one over the other, and another person might like the opposite, vice versa. So far so good. Can I get this zoomed in correctly? It's about there. So there we are. Yeah, like I say, mixed. It's like I say, juice is like a bit like devices. one person might think an RTA is absolutely amazing or an RDA is absolutely amazing, and another one might think it's absolutely shit. It's not for them. That's why we have so much variety as well, which is what I like. I like the fact that we've all got nice variety and different types of variety. So I might just make it to the end here before I run out of runoff. But as soon as I start seeing here at the end, I will stop. And hopefully that'll give me enough wire for the 2 coils that I want. There we are, just adjust. Now, I could move you guys, but I'm more or less at the end here. So I'm not going to move the camera. I'm just going to get this last bit done. True, true. I think that's one of the things I miss about shops as well. Jeevan is being able to go into shops and try the e-liquid before you buy. But obviously COVID changed all that and people stopped doing it. A few places still let you try juices, but not every shop that you go into will let you try the juice. And that's it, guys. That is that piece wrapped and finished like that. Perfect. So guys, that is the coil all done. I will get you up and close of it when it's wrapped, but you've more or less seen what it looks like as I'm wrapping it. So let me get this back here like that. As you can see. I'm with you on that one, Jeevan. Yeah, they're all shit. It's all pods and disposables. They don't cater for us that rebuild. And like Mr. Ted says, it could be our last UK Vape Expo, and I've never been to a Vape Expo. I did go to the Omzor on tour last year, or was it the year before? I can't remember now. And yeah, I've never been to a Vape Expo because at the time when they were really, really good, I was either working or couldn't make it. So I'm just going to cut that off there like that. So that piece went a lot better this week. So I've got a nice long piece there. Should be more than enough or just enough for my coils that I want. Wait, so I'm on the right one. Like I say, I know you've seen it, but come on, Henry, do your job. There we are. That's it all wrapped up, and it came out nice and neat as well. Right, so I'm going to just quickly measure what I've got here. So I've got roughly just over 31.5 now. I think that'll be more than enough than what I need. But like I say, I'd rather have extra and not need it than need it and not have it. So I want to chop this just a little bit over, a little bit under, should I say, sorry. Yeah, just slightly over 15.5 centimeters. And I'll chop that in half like that. So I've got 2 pieces. So there are my 2 pieces there. That should be good. So let me get you there, get you zoomed in a bit. Just there. So there, yeah, more or less you can see that wire just there. So that's the long piece that I did. Just chopped it in half just to make it easier for wrapping 2 coils. I appreciate that, Johnny. Conversation at yours. I appreciate that, Glacier. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. Jeevan. I had a shop in my city where you could try juices before buying, but it's only the X Slims. Yeah, that is true. Mr. Intense has got a question. So, Mr. Intense, have you got any wire or cotton? No, but I have a few people asking me about it. What the fuck? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, to be fair. Jeevan. Oh, it's not always a bad thing as long as you know they're out of date. The longer the juice sits, the better it is. It's like wine is juice. It could be worse, Mr. Intense. It could be a situation where you go into a shop, like if I'm out and about, I've probably got a mech with me in an RDA. I'm not one of these that will specially use a borrow or a tank when I go out. It's just what I'm using when I go out. And people look like I'm an alien. They're like, what's that? What you using? Oh, I've heard about them. Or I get the, nobody vapes like that no more. And I'm like, well, obviously some of us still vape like this no more because we've still got it. It's just, I just tell them that shops don't cater for us no more. Yeah, they probably will. There might be some good bargains there though, Mr. Intense. Yeah, true. That is true, Gleisha. Yeah, I do. I mean, I'm lucky. I mean, where I live in our town, we've got 2 sort of like what I would call proper vape shops. There is other shops that just do juice and disposables, but there is actually a couple of other shops that do have stuff like mods and sub-ohm tanks in there. One's a bit abrupt, and one is absolutely brilliant. I'll go in there for a chat with them because the person that runs the one that I stay and have a chat with remembers the old times and remembers stuff like mechs and stuff, and not abrupt about it. He'll sit and talk to you and be nice to you, but I go in that can be right abrupt about the way you're vaping, because I always say just come in just to check to see what you've got. And some shops are nice and some shops aren't. They're just idiots. or they don't even know what you're talking about. Like one of the shops that I'm talking about that I don't like didn't even know what a battery was, and they sold mods that took the battery. They're like, you got any 18650s? Or I don't know if we sold that, and had to ring the owner or the manager to ask if they sold that battery. And I said, you must do. You've got mods in here that need that battery. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Mr. Intense. We've got two proper ones, and then there's loads that is basically what you described. You know, sell sweets, phones, and bongs, and all that too, and stuff. And they've got like a section with loads of disposables and liquids and stuff like that. Yeah, I prefer this way of vaping. And we're still about. We are still about. Let's get some more juice in there. Have a quick spill in there. And a quick drink. Cheers, guys. So I'm going to get these wrapped up. 3mm I'm going to do. Probably going to do about 8 to 9 wraps. I will actually check if I've got enough space for 8, 9 wraps on this deck. Like I say, I've never had an Asgard up until now. So again, big shout out to aka Sharpshooter for donating them for me. I appreciate you, my brother. Sending me this Asgard Mini. So like I say, I will check with this. So I want to be around about 8 to 9 wraps on there. I'm just using my Coil Master kit jig, which I've had for years. Now. Just let me change my lens up again, guys, because I can't see what I'm doing at this space. So like I say, I'm just using my normal Coil Master kit. So boom. So if for whatever reason, I mean, these came out pretty straight, but if you have twists and turns, and this has got a slight twist in it, when you start wrapping it, they should come out easily as you start wrapping. So let's get the first coil wrapped. So this might be too much wire, but like I say, I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. So I've never used an Asgard Glacier. I do have a turnstone. I do like the turnstone. Now, different people say it's better than the Asgard. Some people say the Asgard has just got the edge on it. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't experienced it yet. So I'm just going to lay it flat. I'm going to wrap it over the top. So first wrap is always your most awkwardest wrap. So make sure you get that one in nice and tight. Also being very careful as well that you don't pull your wraps off your coil without smacking the camera. I will just do that because I tend to go off and you can't see what I'm doing. So that's 3. That's 4. That's 5. That's 6. Trying to keep them as tight as possible. That's 7. And 8. So I do have slightly more wire than what I needed. But like I say, I like to have it and not need it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. So there is 8 there. Just like that. So I'm just going to check for space. 8. So 8 should be absolutely fine on there. So that's 8. just going to cut that off. Now, normally if I could get a coil out of that end piece, I'd use it, which I don't. So I will be throwing that. That's the first one. So again, I'm just going to wrap another 8 wrap on this side, just here like that. Dead Node, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate you, Dead Node. Thanks for joining. So, Jeevan, get the one that I'm using, the 30mm one. Have you got a 30mm turnstone, Jeevan? I can recommend that because you can fit some right nice big monster coils in there. So I'm trying to stay in camera view as well. Get your first wrap in nice and tight. Sort of like wrap onto yourself slightly. That's 3. That's 4. That's 5. That's 6. That's 7 and 8. And hopefully I haven't miscounted. So 8 wraps there. Just check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's another 8 wrap. Give that just a little trim to begin with. So get them in there like that. So $404, thanks for joining as well, my brother. I appreciate you. So here we are. Come on, Henry. So there we are for the coils. Come on, Henry. Come on. There we are. So 3mm, 8 wraps, just there. Boom. All wrapped and ready to install. There we are. First build out of the way. Now, just have another quick drink, guys. Cheers. Get you there. I will adjust you. Cheers, guys. Yeah, really disappointed with that stout. I think it's because it's supposed to be a flavour of some sort, but doesn't taste anything like it describes. Come on. So if I get you about there. There we are. Should be good round about there. So there we are. So I will come to the edge here because I tend to, for some reason, move to the edge when I'm building, and then you end up seeing nothing. So straight edge screwdrivers, get those post holes open. Some are already open. I do actually like the deck with the Asgard on there. I do like that. So boom, right. Coil cutting tool. So I'm gonna start with 7mm and then go down from there. So Boom, boom. Watch your eyes as well, guys. Get in there. Yeah, I think that's more or less bang on. I'd say 7mm should be good. So yeah, 7mm worked out just right. And then by the time I've got it in there and into place as well. Oops. And you don't want that to happen. Rookie mistake. Installing it and pressing the button at the same time. Not good. Hopefully I haven't messed up my coil. But yeah, just get those post holes secure. That is the first coil. Just making sure. I don't think I have messed up that coil. So again, another 7mm. Yeah, ups, Gleesha. Very much so, ups. So again, 7mm is what I'm going to cut the legs at. Perfect. Get that out the way. Sit that in this side. So yeah, that looks all right. Well, I'm hoping 7mm is more or less on the button. I don't know. I'm never a fan of straight screws. I think it's just because for some reason they always slip for me and I end up messing up my finger. Boom. Installed. Right, let's get them all manipulated into position. So let's move that over a bit and just move it around about there. Should be good. And again with this one, just be very careful. Move it over. Bit of manipulation should be all right. Like that. Making sure that there is no wonk on there. And they are straight. Yeah. And on there. So obviously with the Asgard, I've never used an Asgard, but obviously I know about the Asgard. I want to check with the airflow because obviously it is Ultim and I don't want it hitting that and melting that because then that's not going to be good. So I'm just going to check to see if my space is all right, which that is perfect. Good distance away from the airflow, not too close, so that's good. So get the airflow back in there. There we are. Right. So let's get some heat into these. So I'm just going to pull it off, zero out my mod, get a reading before I introduce some heat to it. So is this a new coil? Yes. So at the moment it's sitting at a 0.2. So I'm hoping it comes up a bit more than that. I'm not going to start too high, about 20 watts, just to get some heat through it. And then once I get them all done and dusted, because I will be putting this on a series mech, I want to get them embedded and make sure I don't get no hot spots when I am vaping it at a higher wattage. So 20 watts, let's get some heat into them, guys. So there we are. Just slowly giving it a little strum, just using the side of my tweezers. There we are. We want to get any hot spots out. So anybody that's not familiar with hot spots, they're like little lightning bolts in your coil, and you just want to work them out. Obviously you don't want them in there. Do whatever works for you. I like to do a bit of everything. I like to do a bit of pinching, pulsing, stretching if need be, just to get them all going. Got some nice colours there as well. Some golden colours and some blue colours. So they're not looking too bad straight away. Just there like that. So I don't know if it's coming out on camera, but just here there's like a little lightning bolt or a hot spot. You just want to work them out, introducing heat. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little bit of a stretch. Same with this coil. I'm going to do the same. Just going to give it a little bit of a stretch like that. Get some more heat in them. There we are. Still hot spots in there. Let me bump it up to 30 watts. There we are. Still a hot spot just there. Work it out. There we are. It's looking a bit better. You can not only can you use your tweezers, you can use your coiling rod as well. Just give that a poke just like that. Frank Neal, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate my brother. Thank you. I appreciate you as well, 404. Yeah, I'm assuming Sam and Nick are back now, so they're back to doing their live streams and stuff. I know Nick does a fiddle tonight. Give it a little strum. There is a slight lightning bolt just there. Work it out. There we are. It's looking good. One's heating up just slightly more. So I'm just going to check that everything's nice and tight. Come on. Ooh, that was a tidgy bit loose. And so was that. Alright, let's carry on. Still appreciate that 404. Yeah. Yeah, I bet he is, Gleisha. So again, one is heating up just slightly faster than the other. As you can see there. So I'm going to pump it up just to 40. Get a bit more heat through them now. And slowly build up that speed, that heat as well. There we are, that's looking a bit better. So 40 up to 50. Just slight pulses. If you see any hot spots, just work them out. So as I'm increasing the wattage every 10 watts, I just want to make sure. So when I'm using a series met, you're getting full theoretically 8.4 volts. So you want to make sure at that highest wattage, you're not going to get hot spots at that wattage. So I've got a slight one just there. But I'm just doing little pulses just to make sure. Get it up to 80 watts. Short pulses just to make sure. Again, up to 90. Short little spots just like that. Little bursts just like that. So I'm at 100 watts now, just giving it a slight pulse. That hotspot just here in the corner keeps coming back. Let's see how that works. Works a little bit better. That's better. 110. Short ones just like that. 120. There we are, just short burst. 130. A short burst. Check that side. Looking good. Short burst. Just there. There we are. So like I say, I'm just embedding the coils now. Just making sure that there's no hot spots at higher wattage. Especially when you're using an unregulated device like I'm going to be using. I don't want to be making sure it's all good at 30, 40, 50 watts. And then when I'm using a series met, which will probably be a lot more wattage than that, I don't want them occurring at that wattage. That's perfect. And that is the mod maxed out at 177. And just some short pulses there. That looking good. So now I'm going to let that cool down. I'm just going to unscrew that, let that cool down, and then we'll get a final resistance reading after that's gone down. So while they're cooling down, I'm just going to have a quick look to see if I've missed any comments. So 4-4, you don't think Nick did too much thingy? Gleisha, nice glow. I appreciate it. There we are. That would be cool. Yeah. The cool vape gang in chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Jetman's Crackle channel. Yeah, Tyler. Big Gem, thanks for joining. I appreciate you. Thanks for joining. Nick420, thanks for joining. Yeah, YouTube has been like that at the moment. Nick, not a problem, my brother. You still here? $404, you're at work. Yeah, I'm good, Jem. I'm really good. So, they're still a bit warm, so I'll have a quick vape. There we are. So, yeah, they're nice and cool now. Let's get a final reading for these. Is this a new coil? Yes. Oh, so these come out at a 0.34. So that's well within the range. If I'd have done maybe 9 wraps, it would have kicked it over to about maybe 0.4 or 3.5, but that's well within the limits for a series build. There we are. That is true. That is true, Nick. Nick420, that is so true. It just amazes me how YouTube reacts to vaping and stuff. But like you say, will allow alcohol, cigarettes, and you know, even explicit, content can be shown, and nothing be done about it. Right, let's get this wicked up. So I'm just using normal Muji pads. Just works for me. I've got a piece here that I've already been using. Normally there's a hard layer on both sides. Just peel it off so you got the fluffy stuff in the center. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this out, loosen those fibers, and it does help with the wicking. Since I've started doing this after seeing other people do it this way and other YouTubers do it this way, so I'll probably end up using some of this, most of this. So I'll get that for the first coil. Like I say, you don't want it too slack, but you don't want it too packed in there. You want enough wick in there just so when you're vaping at, especially in a series, you don't want your cotton collapsing or breaking. So you want a decent amount, but not too much or too less. I might find that that's maybe just a tidgy bit too thick, but we'll soon find out. So get that through there. No, we should be good. That is actually just perfect. So it's not too tight, but it's not right slack in there as well, which is what I want. So this piece should be round about the same after pulling the fibres out and then rolling it back up. I just pull these edges out because they can be just a little bit harder. So I've just flipped it over like that just to make sure there's no hard spots in there, which it isn't. And then again, I'm just going to roll it up. Outside, I want to not really touch the center of it. But like I did before, I did run my fingers down it. But yeah, I want to try and keep the center part nice and fluffy. That's going into the coil, or where the cotton's going to be sitting. So I can tell straight away that that's just a tidgy bit too much. So I am just going to pull a little layer off there. There we are. Yeah, that's perfect. So there is a bit of pull on the coil, but not so much that I'm distorting the coil as well. So that's it wicked up. Yeah, I need to get some of that gems, some puff wicks. Right, let's get this cut and fluffed a bit. So I'm going to give it just a slight comb out, nothing special. I just want to agitate more than thin out. So I just want to agitate, and that should be good and nice. Stay in camera view, Faz, that might help. So I'm just going to chop about there, which I think should be good. And then I'm just going to fluff out those ends a bit more. There we are. That will help with the wicking. So I'm just going to carefully stay in camera while I'm doing it. And then just pop that into the juice well. Like that. Yeah, I think that's perfect. Lengthwise. Hitting the bottom of the deck. That is perfect, I think. Same on the other side. Don't forget, guys, you need yourself some good size scissors. I only use these big scissors because they're sharp. But yeah, you got to use big scissors, otherwise your wicking won't come out right. And again, try and stay in camera, and then just tuck that in. And fold that in. Just like that. That is perfect. Not too much cotton in there. And then just make a little thingy just there. All wicked up and nice. That's perfect. That is perfect. Right, what juice am I going to put on this? So, what juice shall I put on this? What have I got? No. Not that one. Don't know what that one is. Don't know what that one is. Right, where's that juice disappeared to now? Don't tell me I've lost that juice. Where the hell's that? Oh, right there in front of... Is it? No, I don't even think it's that one. No, it's not that one. I'm trying to look for that peanut butter juice that I had. That can't have disappeared. Right. You are kidding me. Oh, is it there? I thought I lost it then. Ah, found it, thank God. For a second then I thought I'd emptied the wrong bottle. So this is a peanut butter and clotted cream juice. Little sample thing that I had here. I think should be nice. So I'm just going to turn that down. Just while I am priming. Yeah, like Johnny D say, yeah, I have got it pinned to the chat, so you can just click on it if you want to join the Faz's Coil group. Even if you're not buying coils, it's a nice group, chilled out group to be, where you can post shit. And I can also, if with permission, I will use your pictures as well on the live as well. So you can post stuff like mods and have chats, coils, even if they're not mine. And it's also a place you can contact me if you want to buy coils as well. But yeah, that's pinned to the chat, Mr. Intense. Thank you. Yeah, shoelace cotton. 404. I haven't tried Maviton, but I do use Kendo, which is very, very similar. Right, let's get this primed up, guys. Appreciate you all that are still here, guys. Right, let's get this primed up. There we are. So let's get this primed. So like I say, this juice is peanut butter and clotted cream juice. It is very extremely tasty, this juice. Plus it's been steeping for quite a bit now. I have obviously vaped some of it, but yeah, it has been steeping a long time. So I'm assuming it's going to taste absolutely gorgeous. Even now, anybody that knows juice knows it's better after it's steeped, or dessert juices are steeped for a long period of time. The longer you give it, the better it will be. So I'm making sure I've got plenty of juice on here. There we are. And straight away, just with fire in that, I don't think the top cap of the RDA is going to go on my bottle. So yeah, got some vapor there. That's perfect. So, right, let's get this top cap on. Nice. So that's ready to go now. Series. Right. Let's put it on what I posted about, which is the Saga I've got, which I thought looked pretty nice to say that the Saga is green. Savage, thanks for joining, my brother. Appreciate you, Simon. Thanks for joining. So yeah, I'm gonna put it on the Asgard Mini. It's not the full size Asgard, it is the Mini. I do have it in green, which is something different to what I normally would get. I do actually love the green on this. Normally leave the bottom off because it's an absolute pain in the arse to get out without any batteries in. So when I'm storing it, I leave the lid off. Just pop that there. So yeah, Saga Mini. Is that already a scratch on there? Please don't let that be a scratch. So yeah, it looks like that's a little bit of a scratch there, which I'm not happy about. But yeah, Saga Mini in green. It looks absolutely gorgeous in green, to be fair. Let's get some batteries. So I've got a couple of I can't talk, freshly charged 18650s in there. So underneath I do have the screws are marked how the battery should go in. So the Phillips head plus facing that way, and then the flat head is where the minus should be facing. So positive side on this side, and then negative on that side. Pop the battery cap on, and there's no right or wrong way to put this battery cap on. You just need to get it on nice and secure. Top 510, which is adjustable. You have to manually adjust it. O-ring on top to stop scratching. Reverse threading as well is the screw as well. I appreciate that, Simon. Yeah, colour is gorgeous. Right, let's get this Asgard on there. So I need to obviously make sure that there will be connection there. So let's see if I have to adjust that 510. So on there. So yeah, oh wow. Yeah, fires up straight away. Power, power, power. That is tasty. Right. Let's get you up here, guys. So, I don't know. I've sort of like been trying out this way where I'm slightly on a slant. See, instead of being right in front of you. Don't know if you guys like that. Where it's looking down, where the camera's looking down on me for a bit. Alright. So yeah, first builder tonight to make up for last week's shit show. So Asgard Mini with a 0.32 series build on there on the Asgard Mini. Nice and spicy. And just the smell of that peanut butter is phenomenal. So running it wide open airflow. Nice. Flavor's good. Cannot complain about that. Flavor is good. And this juice tastes absolutely phenomenal. It's probably been steeping now for a good 6 months or so now. So the flavor is absolutely gorgeous. Let's get some more juice on there. Don't want it to dry out. Just send it amazing. Yeah. Yeah, well, it was fun. I was all right up until my phone died last week. That it really annoyed me because it wasn't one of those situations where I could jump back on. For some reason, it just completely ended my stream. It didn't sort of like shut off so I could come back. And plus, it took ages for my phone to kick into charge. So, yeah, it just absolutely pissed me off last week that my battery died on top of the shit coil build that I did. Can't complain about that flavour one bit. Flavour is spot on. It is good. Crackle peanut butter. Try not to miss any of your comments, guys. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not juice that I made, Gleisha. It's somebody that made it for me, but obviously with this October tax and everything, obviously I'm getting into sort of like making one-shots at the moment. I've got a box full of VG and PG and a litre of Nick, where I'm normally used to using just Nick shots and base mix. So starting off with one-shots at the moment, and then as I get into it a bit more, I'll start probably making juice from scratch where I'm putting in my own ingredients. to make a juice. Phenomenal. Get some more juice in there. So there's not much of a crackle. There is a sizzle. Think I dripped a bit too much juice in there. Give that a second. Cheers, guys. Appreciate all of you that are here. Yeah, I think everybody is, but because I'm not even confident enough to do it like that, I'm a bit wary. But because obviously I don't know what to put together and stuff like that. So just experiment with, but I will get there. But I'm starting off with one shots because it's easier for me. "64 flavors, wow." So, Big Gem, have you built your Valhalla yet with those special coils yet? Do you even vape, bro? Just too much juice I've dripped in there, so I'm getting a bit of spit back with it as well. Nightbot's doing its rounds and stuff like that to my social media, and buy me a coffee if you want to. Anything that's donated through Buy Me a Coffee gets pumped back into the channel to bring you good content. Not obligated to do it. If not, doesn't matter. As long as you enjoy the content, that's all that really makes me happy, is people enjoying the content. I didn't Simon, I didn't catch Benny's live the other night. I'm so busy, I'm not even being able to even watch them, even have them on in the background. What? All right, I get that. So what was that, Simon? I didn't even know that. Wow. Simon, is that set on sewn? I might have to go back and watch it. That is absolutely ridiculous, that. I hope that doesn't thingy to me, or there's got to be some sort of way around it. No giveaways allowed? Wow. YouTube, honestly. In the same breath, Simon, I bet they're not going to stop people doing alcohol and cigarettes and stuff like that. I bet they won't stop that. Or even some explicit content. Yeah, I bet they won't stop that shit. Yeah, I might have to do the same thing, Gems. Might have to look into some loopholes and stuff, because for us that do these shows like a hobby, I mean, for me, I do it as a hobby because I enjoy doing it, and I like showing what I'm doing and helping people in the process. Yeah, I do it. It's a hobby, because anybody that does vape reviews and everything, we don't get monetized. We don't make any money, off videos and stuff. So I really don't get it. Wow. It is sad. That has just completely thrown me, that. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. Hopefully there might be some loopholes and stuff like it. Because like I say, for people that do it and, um, do it obviously to educate people, but there's some of us that just do it as a hobby like me. I'm here to educate, and I say that on all my videos. I'm not here to sell anything or anything. I'm just here to educate. So for people like me that do it because it's fun and it gives me something to do every week, and also spread a bit of knowledge and stuff like that, it's going to be absolutely fucked up if we're not allowed to do that. Even for people that do reviews and stuff like that, it is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, James, it's funny how we are the bad guys. Yeah, true. Yeah. I mean, I don't even think I've got to terms with the vape tax, Simon, but still, it's just, yeah, it's just gone too far. Way too far. This is why I miss the olden days of vaping, when vaping were great, not now, where there's all these rules and regulations. You can't do this, you can't show this, you can't do that. You can't do reviews, you can't give your opinion, you can't do giveaways and all that shit where it concerns vaping. Absolute bullshit. That's completely thrown me. I know, I don't know. I have considered maybe doing it on Twitch and something, but isn't Twitch in cahoots or something with YouTube, or owned by YouTube? I know there's Twitch, there's Rumble, or is it Rumble that's connected to YouTube? I have no idea. I hope so, Gems. I hope so. I really do hope so. We're To be fair, we are really good at finding loopholes. Oh, right. Nick, yeah, you're right. You were right. Crack shots, beat your wife, all on YouTube. Yeah, but that's a double-edged sword, Nicky 420. Like I keep saying, a healthy person isn't good business. They don't want people to be healthy. They want people to be ill and stuff like that. A bit like what it is in America. You know what I mean? They make a lot of money off people that are ill. Right. If certain rules like that do come into place, might have to maybe consider that moving over to a different platform. It's a lot better now. There's not too much juice in there. Is that right, Simon? No one's kicking you off there. Yeah. I've never streamed on other platforms, so I'm hoping it's just as simple as streaming on YouTube and stuff like that. But yeah. Luckily, the program I use, which is Prism, you just can connect your account. So whenever you press live on this particular app, it automatically goes live on that platform. So yeah. Wow, that's just completely deflated me. Gonna have to take a look at Benny Vape's video. But yeah. Right, guys, that is the first build out of the way. I am going to do a second build, 2 for 1. Make up for last week. Hence, I've got 2 new to me devices that have already been out. But yeah, I'm just going to have a quick break, let the dogs out, go to the toilet, grab another beer, my second beer. Hopefully it's better than this one that I'm drinking now. And I'll be back and we'll get on with the second build. Rumble is good. You're like, who doesn't like 2 for 1s, Nick? Thanks, Galicia. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming in. You got to do what you got to do. Go do it. But I still appreciate you coming in for a bit. Thank you. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to put my hold screen on and go do what I need to do. And I'll be back shortly. Hopefully this is going to work all right. Oh, don't start doing that. Knocking shit. Alright, where's my hold screen? No.
We trust me, it gets more than a game. Call sight, flavor on blast. Living that vape life, building fast.
Okay, back in a couple of minutes.
Maximize, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. The beat magnet, if you don't choose straight. Re-wick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. Max all nights, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. Beat back in a jiffy, don't shoot straight. Re-wick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. The beat magnet, if you don't choose straight. Re-wick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. Max all nights, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. Beat back in a jiffy, don't shoot straight. Re-wick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. The beat magnet, if you don't choose straight. Re-wick, refill, and vape all nights we keep it lit. Clouds so thick we never quit. Be back in a jiffy, don't shoot straight. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. The be back in a jiffy, don't shoot straight. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. Max, all nights we keep it lit. Clouds so thick we never quit. Be back in a jiffy, don't shoot straight. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make.
Oh, and I'm back. Thanks for waiting, guys. Just finish the rest of this. Right. So, second one I've got by the same company, so I'm hoping it tastes a lot better than the first one. This one's a s'mores one, marshmallow, tonka and vanilla again. So I'm hoping this adds some flavour to it, because the other one just tasted like a normal plain stout. So let's go in for the port. And it's not a thick stout, it's a very watery stout. Not really smelling anything. Anyway, cheers. Let's have a quick sip. Is it my taste buds? This just tastes exactly like the first one I had. No flavour to it whatsoever. Doesn't even taste like s'mores. It tastes exactly the same as the other one, or what the salted caramel used to taste like. It's either this is just a shit drink or something wrong with my taste buds, but I'm tasting everything else. But it just tastes completely plain. I'll pair it up with the peanut butter juice. Let's go from there. No. Not my favourites. Not my favourites. That just tastes just like the first one. Doesn't taste of anything. And I hate it, especially when it sounds like a really good flavour and you're looking forward to it or looking forward to trying it. No, doesn't taste of anything. Anything at all. So, Simon, have you tried these then? The ones that I'm talking about, have you tried? Because to me, I'm not getting any flavour from them. So I'm just going to blow my nose, guys. So I'm just going to mute the mic. So the first one was a salted caramel version of that, which was that one. But like I say, I don't know if it's just my taste buds, but that one tastes exactly like the first one with no flavour. It tastes like a plain stout to me. No idea. I might have to see which other ones that they do then, Simon. And if I haven't mentioned before, which I'm sure Mr. Intense has already put a link in there, if you don't follow Savage Saturday Night Show or Savage's channel, go give him a follow as well on YouTube and social media as well. He's on there. So yeah, delicious, absolutely delicious. Can't fault that. Could at the moment, because only I've just tried the Asgard today, obviously I'm going to vape it a lot longer. I think the Turnstone has just got the slight edge on it, but flavor's not bad by any means. On that RDA, flavor is good. Can't complain one bit. Right, so next RDA that I'm building on, obviously you've already seen at the beginning. If you just joined, it is the Dead Rabbit V4. So I'm going to use that in a single coil configuration. So I'm thinking maybe a Fralian, single coil Fralian. I don't think I've done a Fralian in a while, so I'm thinking a Fralian. So I'm thinking I think I'll do an 8-ply Fralian, 26.4 and 36 gauge Alien Rat. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Intense. Like I've said before, appreciate everything you do in the comments. You work so hard. Big shout out to you, my brother. So, same wire, 26 stealth wire, 26 gauge NI80, 36 gauge outer wrap, and ribbon wire. I am using point. Oh, come on, Henry. 0.4, just there like that. So let me get you into position again. Get you all swiveled round. Hopefully soon, guys, I will have a better camera set up. It's just taking me a bit of time to get it right and everything and so forth. So I appreciate you all, guys. So single coil, so I don't need that much. I think for a single coil should work out nice at about 10 centimeters of a coil, 4 inches. So I will do just slightly more than that because, like I've said before, I do prefer to have more and not need it than need it and not have it. So let me start with the decor. So the way this is going to work out is 26 gauge is about 0.4 in width, in diameter, width of the wire. I'm using 2 of them. I'm going to be using 8 pieces of ribbon wire. So them stacked on the side, which is the side bit is the 0.1 millimeter of width. So I'm going to be using 4 pieces that is going to be bent in half and stacked. So it works out. So 4 pieces of ribbon is the equivalent of 4 pieces of 0.4 by 0.1 ribbon wire stacked on the side is the equivalent of 1 piece of 26 gauge. So the way it works out is math-wise is with the ribbon wire and obviously the 26 gauge frames, it's like doing a 4-core Alien. So I need to do my decore off a slightly bigger wire, which is 2 gauges down. So I'm going to be doing my decore off a piece of 24 gauge. So that's what I'm going to do right now. Is a piece of 24. I don't really build with 24 gauge anymore. Hence why I've got this wire. This is just Kenthal wire. You can use any wire to do your decore off, whether it's Kenthal, stainless steel, or even Ni80. So hence why I use it. I don't really build with Kenthal anymore. I just prefer Ni80. So let's do that here. So I'm going to get about 20 centimeters of 24 gauge to do my decore. Obviously I've got extra wire for chuck and swivel. So with Kenthal being a stiffer wire and 24 gauge obviously being a thicker wire, I haven't stretched it on the spool. It's hard for me to do that, so I'm going to show you guys how to do it in a drill if you don't know already. So there is a bit of a curve on there. I want to straighten it out. So if you want to stretch your wire out, whether it be Kenthal, stainless steel, Ni80, if you don't have the power in your hands to just stretch it, you can straighten your wire in the chuck of your drill. Plain and simple. Just put your wire in the chuck. Just clamp it in the chuck like that. Pull it nice and taut. Grab hold of it with your pliers like that. Now, you don't have to hold this really tight for it to straighten out. So you don't have to put too much pressure on so it's right taut. You can just hold it so it's like that. And then just spin your drill for a couple of seconds. And then what will happen is you'll have a nice straight piece like that. Plain and simple. Now, if I was needing this bit, I'd straighten this out. So let me just bring you a bit closer. So say like I wanted to take that kink out there because it's not straight. Easiest thing to do is grab your pliers, put it before here, back end of it like that. Don't hold it too tight. Spin your drill like that, and it'll straighten it out. And if you need to do it again, do it again. Just hold your pliers just a bit more tighter. And then when you spin your drill, it takes that kink out just for you like that. So I've got a nice straight piece there. So for the amount of wire that I'm doing, I'd say I'd need about 12 to 13 centimeters of decore wire to make. So yeah, so when you're doing stuff like aliens and stuff, when you do your decore for whatever your final wire is going to be, you need another half extra of decore. So say like you're doing 10 centimeters of coil, you want to do 15 centimeters of decore, or just slightly more. So you need more than your final wrap just for you to have enough to wrap the amount of wire that you're going to be wrapping, if you understand. So whatever your final wire is, you want another half more of decore when you're doing stuff like aliens and stuff. So I hope that hasn't confused you guys or anything. But yeah, that's basically. If you've got any questions about what I've just said, just ask and I'll answer it the best I can. But yeah, you need slightly more decore than your final, what your final wrap's going to be. So I'm just going to bend that over and lock it in like that. And then you would just do your decore like you would any other alien. So if you're doing an alien, you want to wrap your decore the opposite way to what you feel comfortable wrapping, or the opposite way to your final wrap. So like I've said, I like to wrap over the top, so I need to do my decore from underneath, okay, because I like to wrap over the top. My final wrap is going to be over the top. Now if you're the opposite way to me and you like to wrap from underneath, whichever coil you make, do your decore over the top. So you got to do your decore wrap the opposite way round to where you feel comfortable. So when I've got all my ribbon wire and frames together, I like to wrap over the top. So I need to do my decore from underneath. So again, I've just jumped the gun just slightly because I didn't take it out and put an L in there just to help with the mounting of the wire. So I will just quickly do that. So all I'm doing here is just sticking an L in there. Like that. I'm just sticking an L in there like that. And then that just makes it easier for me to mount my wire and stuff like that. Then trying to jam it into the chuck and get it seated. So the little L on the outside just helps get that wire mounted. So yeah, nice bit of resistance. Always make sure that your swivel spin, which it does. Right, so I'm using 36 gauge, so that's what I'm going to be making my decore with. So let's get this mounted. So basically what you're doing now is just basically a Clapton and then taking the decore off it, or sliding the decore off the core wire. So I'm just going to put my wire behind the back of it and then securing it on to this leg just here. And that just makes it easier. Good thing about this chuck as well is I can go straight to the end there and just slam it straight up to the chuck. So I do like to use, if I can find it, or did I put it away? Right, where did I put that? So I'm just wondering where I put that little drip tip that I use for the center. Which I have no idea where I've put it. Anyway, should be good for this part anyway. So basically all I'm doing is a Clapton. Let's get it done. I am going to turn my drill up so it does it quicker. But I'm just basically going to do some Clapton and then check it. Going to do slightly extra because of spring back as well. Once you cut it, it will spring back a bit. Make sure your drill is in the right direction as well. That also helps as well. So spinning the opposite way. So if you do make a mistake and go back on yourself just to undo it and correct it, it's the only time of doing any type of an alien where you can reverse and correct what you're doing. So yeah, that should be about good. I'll do a bit extra because I rather have a little bit extra than not have enough. So I'm just going to cut it, leaving a tail on here. So if you look carefully, you'll see it spring back from this point. So there, and that's where it spring off. So hence why just slightly more. Just take into account that spring back as well. So all I'm going to do is this side, cut this end here. So this should slide. So you see how this slides? Nice and easy. So that'll be easier to slide that decore straight off that core. So again, I'm just going to snip that off, slide the decore off, and then you've got your decore ready for your final wrap. So just move that out of the way. Now let's get the other two wires set up. So I need some ribbon wire. So I'm doing an 8-ply, so I need 4 long pieces of ribbon wire that I can fold in half. So I need twice as much. So last time when I worked with ribbon, I did actually stretch it on the spool. Let's see how that works with this one. So when it comes to cutting ribbon, I use scissors. It's just a nice cleaner cut for the ribbon. It doesn't give you any bent burrs at the end or anything like that. So let me just think for 1 second. So I'm doing roughly about 10 centimeters of wire. So if I do about 18 centimeters of ribbon wire, and then when I fold it in half, it'll come to 9 centimeters. So I'm just going to roughly put that. I'm just going to give it a little stretch there. But doing it in a way where, right, so I hope that doesn't do anything to the wire that's on there. So again, about 18 centimeters, that's one piece. Make sure I've got a good grip of it. Again, just roughly about 18. Seems to be working all right, me stretching it slightly on the spool. Just makes it easier that I'm doing it the other way that I used to do it. And again, 18, roughly 18. There we are. Another 2 pieces. So again, just give it a little stretch like that. And again, 18 centimeters. And another piece is all I need. So again, just going to give it a little tug. And this, when you stretch it, you don't need to stretch it as much as you would do if it was a piece of normal round wire. It's less of a tug. And like I say, it just makes it easier, because normally I would now stretch it with 2 pairs of pliers, and that can be a bit awkward. So we'll see how that goes. So let's get this sorted. So now we need to stack them. So this can be fiddly, guys, getting them stacked and stuff. Just take your time, and they should just stack once you get them all together. So all I'm going to do here is I'm just going to make the ends parallel. The ends flush, sorry. And then just fiddle around, and they should stack. So that is stacked. I'm going to run my finger down like that. So one of the reasons why I like to have slightly extra as well is so I can make everything nice and flush. So about there should be good for all of them. There we are. So I don't think I need anything. So normally I would use that just to keep them all unified. It's a small piece of ribbon wire, so I should be good. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make sure they're all stacked, which they are. And then I'm just going to bring them together like that. Or I'm going to try. Right, okay, let me do that again. Get them all stacked. Or I'm going to try. There we are. get them stacked and bring them together, both ends, get them all level like that, pull up like that to make a little loop and pinch. Perfect. So like that, you just want to pinch it like that. Make sure that they're all stacked, which they are, and all level. So all I'm doing here is I'm just going to pinch it together like that. That's perfect. Now to hold this together, I'm going to use wire and hot glue just to keep everything nicely together and uniformed. So at this stage here, please don't come out of place. Please don't do this to me. So it has come out of place just slightly, but shouldn't make too much of an issue. So I'm just going to grab some scrap wire here. Let me just get this on. Just going to turn my fan on a bit because I've gone a bit warm. So all I'm going to do with this wire is I'm just going to bind them together to keep them all flat and straight together. So like that, I'm just going to put a couple of wraps around there and push down, and again just a few more wraps just to make sure, and then cut that tail off. Now as butterflied at this end, but down here it's all straight, so I'm not too worried about that. That seems all right. So boom. So yeah, they're all straight like that. Sorry if I'm out of camera, guys. Let me move that so you can see when I do come off camera. So I'm not going to put any hot glue on this side just yet. I'm just going to put wire until I get my frames on there. So I'm just going to run my finger down and then do the same on the opposite side. I'm going to bind it with some wire. So making sure they're all straight together. And again, just want to grab some scrap wire here. So again on this side with some scrap wire, I'm just going to get these all together and just bind it here. And again, I'm going to use my pliers just to give it a little pinch so they stay together and flat. And again, I'm just going to go around, flatten it out again. And that's your piece of ribbon wire all sorted. So while you've just got wire on there, just pull any slack out if it needs be, like that. That's perfect. So that's the ribbon wire all sorted out. Let's get it framed with 2 pieces of 26 gauge. So same again, I want one piece of round wire that I'm going to bend in half. I like to have slightly extra so that my cores at this end of the chuck overlap, so I don't have to put my ribbon wire in my flat chuck or have to take my flat chuck out to do it. So I'm just going to quickly measure that roughly. So yeah, so if I do about 22 centimeters of this, it'll give me extra wire for what I need to do. Because when it comes to putting it in my swivels and stuff, I don't hook my, if I'm doing something like a Fralian, I don't hook the ribbon in the swivel. I just hook the frame wire in the swivel, and then the same thing with the chuck. I have my frames just hanging out just slightly wider, so that will go in the chuck rather than the ribbon wire, which I will show you in a second what I mean. So I'm just going to take that rough end off there like that. Like that. So same thing with the ribbon wire. I'm just going to bend, make it level, and bring that together. Now you want a loop in it, but not a flush loop like I did with the ribbon wire, because obviously you want the ribbon wire to sit in between that. So you want a bit more of a loop on there. So I'd say about like that should be fine. So that is my frame wire ready. Let me just be a bit more prepared and get another piece of wire to bind. So at this stage now, when I'm binding my frames with the ribbon, again, I am going to be using binding wire, but I'm also going to be using hot glue as well. If I can get a piece of binding wire out of here, that would be great. Come on. I've got loads of loose wire out here in this thing, so I don't want to pull it all out. So there we are. There's a bit of binding wire just there. Ready. So now what I'm going to do with my frames, I'm going to get my frame ready like that. Grab my ribbon wire that I've got stacked and ready, and basically you want it like that in between. You want your ribbon wire inside, in between the frames like that. I am going to push this together a bit, just like that. So basically this is, come on. So basically this is how you want your wire. Come on, Henry. Like that. So with the binding wire, that's gonna fix it together. So as you can see, my frame wire is slightly longer than the ribbon wire. So the frame loop is what's going to be in the swivel, not the ribbon wire. The ribbon wire is just going to float in the middle on both ends. So grab my binding wire without messing up the camera. And again, I'm going to bind the frames to the ribbon wire. And then obviously when you do this, this will bring your frames closer to your ribbon wire. Like that. Like that. Pull tight. So once you've binded your frame with your ribbon wire, I have used the pliers just to crimp it and make it flat like that. So as you can see now that I've bound it, the frames are closer to that ribbon wire just there. So now for the next stage, I'm going to try. I'm going to use some hot glue. So lighter, stick of hot glue. Just glue sticks that go in a glue gun work fine. Heat it up and bound it together. So boom. Just heat it up so it melts. And give it a good dab of glue. Like that. There's no right or wrong way of how much glue that you use. Hot glue you use. It's just what you feel comfortable with. And then I'm going to just hit it with a bit of heat. Now what this will do will help bind it all together and get into those grooves of the ribbon wire and make it solid. The only thing I will say is take your time and let it cool down. So blow on it or blow some vapor on it. That will cool it down. Hit that again with some juice. And that should help it cool down a lot better. There we are. That's more or less solid. So I'm going to run my fingers down this ribbon wire, making sure that the frames are sitting on the outside like that. So when I get to this end here, as you can see, my frame wires hanging over. I will trim them slightly, but I want them hanging at the other end over the ribbon wire like that. So again, grab the wire that I used to bind and do the same. Bind it again all together, the frame and the ribbon wire together, if it'll let me do it. Okay. Come on. There we are. So I'm just going to trap it between my fingers, or I'm going to try and trap it between my fingers, and then start wrapping and bringing them close together. So after a few tight wraps, again, I'm just going to grab my pliers and give it a little squeeze. That'll keep it all together. I'll put a few more, give it a little pull. And then again, I'm just going to hit it with the pliers like that. And cut. I'm going to try and cut. There we are. So again, that side is done. And then take this opportunity to just slide your hands down to take any slack out before you put the hot glue on. And then this end will look similar to the other end, like that. So again, hit it with some glue. It's just extra precaution. You don't have to do it this way, but it does help. So heat up some glue, hot glue, and give it a dab with some hot glue. Like that. And then again, I'm just going to hit it with some heat, just so it gets into all those grooves of the ribbon wire and everything, and just give it a good seal. And then again, I'm just going to blow some vapor on it. Like that. Give it time to dry, guys. Don't rush. I know this is only like a small piece of wire to do because I'm only doing a single coil, but still take your time with your prep because your prep is important. And that is nice and dry. So that is your piece all prepared, ready to go into the chuck. So as I've said, I've left these two ends hanging over the ribbon wire. And that's just the frames is going to go into the chuck. So I am just going to trim them down slightly, like that, still leaving them overhanging, like that. So let's get set up in the swivel. Don't need the hot glue anymore. I need to stop knocking the camera with my binoculars. Sorry, guys. So, boom. That is everything. Just pop that back in there. That'll come in handy next time. Boom. So, just get rid of these little pieces on here. Boom. Right. Have a quick drink. Cheers, guys. Appreciate y'all that are still here. Right. Let's get set up. So, like I was saying before, this end, no, not that end, this end is going to sit in the swivel. So it's only the frame that's sitting in the swivel. So get that mounted in the swivel. Like that. And then once that's done, again, I'm just going to run my fingers down like that. And then mount this side in to my chuck. So like that, get it as center as possible. And then get that locked down so it doesn't go anywhere. Perfect. Take the slack out of your swivel. So how much slack is in that? So, boom. So, slack is out. Yes, I am going to use a key ring. Just helps keep everything nice and prevents overlapping of the frame wire and messing up your wrap and your build. So this is just a precaution. This just keeps everything nice and straight. You can use guides if you want. I do have guides as well. I just don't use them now. If you follow me from the beginning of when I used to live stream, I did used to put a guide in the center as well as an extra precaution, but now I don't. I just use a keyring. Right, guys. So, boom. So, there we are. Just like that. Get you zoomed in. Now, when it comes to the stretch of your decor, I can't tell you exactly how much to stretch it. It's just going to be sort of like trial and error with you guys. Every build is different. Every length of wire is different. So I can't say stretch it to this amount or stretch it to that amount. You just have to stretch it. So because I'm only doing one coil, or if I'm doing a long piece, I tend to cut my decors in half. I just stretch it with my hands like that instead of clamping it down like I used to. And it's just a matter of stretching it to a point where you're either perfect or understretched, or if you overstretch, then it's game over. So if I overstretch this in any way, then I'm screwed. I'm going to have to do another decor, which I'm hoping I don't have to do. I hope I understretch it and I should be all right. So all I'm going to do this end here is, obviously I've got two tails on the decor. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull the end a bit out, just so it's easy for me to stretch with my hands and just pull my arms apart. So now that I've pulled the ends out just slightly, you won't see me do this, but I'll just show you what I mean. So all I'm going to do now is stretch it by hand. So I can't do it because there's things here that's going to prevent me from stretching it high, stretching it too long. So I have to do it out of camera, but I'm basically going to just stretch it. Keep an eye on the length that I'm stretching it at. So I'd say about there. So I'm just going to let that go to let it unravel and untangle like that. I'm going to load this into my drill like that. So I'm just going to lock that in just there like that. So with the other end of the decor, I'm just going to be very, very careful, and I'm going to trim this leg end off just there, because I don't want it snagging on anything or getting trapped on everything. I'm cutting it straight like that. I am just going to lay it over my leg while I do it. Now it all depends on your pinch here, if you need a pinch or you're just perfect. That will all depend. So if you need to increase your pinch, obviously increase it. If you need to do it a bit loose, let it loose. It all depends on your first couple of wraps just to establish that pinch. If you need one, or you've stretched it perfectly where you just let it slide through your fingers. With any alien, you need to have a slight lean towards your swivel like that. And yeah, It's all by feel, guys. It's all by feel. So now that I'm situated, let's start with the wraps. So once you've established how much of a pinch you need, keep it that way. Don't let go of that pinch, whatever you do. Keep it nice and consistent. Once you get that pinch sorted, do not decrease or increase your pinch in any way. So there we are. I'll use that just to slide that over. Slowly get going again, like that. Keep an eye on it. Slide the keyring over a bit. Get established again. Oh, and I've messed up. Nice one, Faz. I'm vaping this coil, so it's not too bad with the mistakes. But that's the thing about an alien, a Fralien. If you make a mistake, you cannot go back. You've just got to carry on. And again, I've just made a mistake. So I've made 2 mistakes there, guys. That's not good. Sort of pull that off and hope for the best now. So boom, that, get going. So boom. As you can see there, guys, I have made 2 mistakes there. Not really happy with that. Not happy at all. I'm just going to check here. I don't think I do have 26, 36, 28, no. 30, no. 28 gauge got, no. Right, guys, I'm just going to roll with this coil. like I say, it's me that's vaping it. It's not something that I'm selling, but yeah, that's what happens if you make a mistake. You just have to carry on. So I am going to roll with this. It's not the perfect build for the second build, but what I am going to do, like I say, it's me that's vaping it, not anybody else. So I will just roll with it. There we are. I'm just going to hit it with some nylon pliers like that. Cut that off. And with any luck, well, it'd need more than luck, but there is going to be imperfections in this coil. So, bam, cut that there. Cut that there. Just have a quick check. Should have enough for one coil there. That's perfect. Well, not perfect. I'm saying it's perfect. It isn't perfect. So, yeah. Get it to there. Right, guys. Let me move you along. Like that. So, yeah. Not the best coil. I have made a mistake just there. Like I say, because it's me that's vaping it, I'm not going to bother too much about it. Just goes to show that people that do make coils like myself, we do make mistakes, and it doesn't always go right. So I'm hoping I've got enough for a 4 or 5 wrap. So again, 3mm I'm going to go with. It's part of the process. So boom. So before I wrap, I'm just going to have another drink. And a vape. Right. Let's wrap this coil. So I'm just checking, both of them got fairly a curve on it, but I'll do it this side. So if you're working with ribbon wire as well, when it comes to wrapping it, you need to wrap it extremely slow, because you don't want those ribbon wire collapsing or distorting in any way, because then it's not going to give you a good wrap and coil. So just take your time. It will be a bit stiff to wrap. You've just got to take your time. So wrap it extremely slowly. Very slowly. There we are. So there we are. 4 wraps should be good. There we are. So as you can see, not perfect. Come on, Henry. Come on, Henry. Yeah, true. Come on. Come on, Henry. There we are. So, yeah, not a perfect wrap on the outside, but like I say, I'm vaping it. Nobody else. So, yeah. Still vapeable, but not perfect. There we are. Right. Let's get this dead rabbit messed up. You've been playing video games. I don't play video games 404, so I don't know what game you're talking about. But I'm sure there's other people that probably know what you're talking about, so I do apologise, my brother, that I do not know what you're talking about. So to do a single coil, it does have an adapter. To make it into single coil. So like that. You do get one of them. Oh, you are kidding me, aren't you? Okay. So that is weird because I've wrapped my coil the wrong way. Because of the spacing that is left here, I should have wrapped my coil backwards. Will it make a difference? Right, hang on a minute. Let me try something. And don't fall out. Okay. Does this single coil reducer thing have to be put in a certain way? I'm assuming it does go in that way. Which for some reason that doesn't fit in there. Okay, so that's a bit messed up. That single coil thing doesn't even fit in there. So why doesn't that fit in there? I'm assuming that's supposed to fit flush in there, but it will not. Make sure that screw is out enough, so that might be human error there. Just for a second, we'll see. Yeah, human error. Didn't pull the screw out enough. Do you even vape, bro? Right, so Let me just try this on for size. Right. So I'm just going to eyeball this cut, because I might have to put it in and then stretch it around. So watch your eyes. So I am going to pop this in like that, slightly off center. Make that straight. So because I've wrapped my coil the opposite way around to what I thought I should have wrapped it round, so that's my human error. Let's get them in. So that does seem just a tidgy bit longer. So let me just trim that just a little bit more. So let's see if this will let me. This is either going to be good or bad. And then pop that in there like that, without trying to press any of the buttons this time around. So yeah, I should have checked that I would have had to wrap my coil the opposite way around, but I'm hoping I can just stretch it a bit into place, even though that I've done my wraps the wrong way around. Will that let me do that? So let me cut them down just a little bit more. So I can get a stretch on there, even though that I got that wrong. So I'm just going to trim that down just a slight more. Like that. So the platform, this single coil platform is slightly higher. So that will take in account for that. So that should be good. So again, I'll get this end in and secure. See how that goes. And get that side in. Boom. And done. So just maneuver that in there, being extremely careful because obviously I'm stretching it, and to get it in place. There we are. So something like that. So make sure they are down nice and tight. Boom. So I am just going to fiddle with this just a little bit more. Pull it up. Get it into place. Get it centered. Boom. Yeah. So that worked out all right. So you like the recoil now that you're squonking it? I might have to try it in squonk mode. I don't think I've tried the Recoil 3 in squonk. Right. Yeah, your inner diameter can make all the difference to your build. Right. Let's see what this came out to. So I'm going to zero out my mod. Like that. Get this back on there. Is this a new coil? Yes. So wow, that is very low. I'm hoping that it will fire on this. It is reading 004. So yeah, it's reading 004. So we'll start at 30 watts. Hopefully it's not going to cut out. And anyway, we'll go from there. Keep an eye on that. Get that. There. Boom. There we are. And come on, Henry. Right, so like I say, 004. I'm hoping it'll fire. Let's get this sorted. No. No. So no. Check atomizer. Is this a new coil? Yes. Right. Right, guys. This is not going to fire on this. I am going to do something, but I'm not going to do it on camera because I don't condone anybody doing it like this. So hence why I'm not going to show you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to try and get that resistance up a bit. So if you know what I'm talking about, you probably know what I'm doing, but I'm not going to show you what I'm doing. But I am sort of doing it safe. I'm not probably doing it the way you think I'm going to do it. But yeah. Let's get on here. Alright, so like I say, I'm just doing something. I'm not going to show you what I'm doing. Right. Is that why it's doing it? Is it? Right. I think I've got a rough idea of why it was doing it. Right, so let me just try something. I think I know why it was reading really low. So let me just try it. I've had to just make an adjustment to the coil that I've just seen. Let's see if that changes now that I put it on here. That has actually. So I didn't have to do what I thought I was going to have to do. It was just a simple fact. Yeah, 404. I know Birdman. Good guy. I know he likes his extremely low builds. So the problem that I was having was my legs were touching this, which I think was making it read lower. So I've nudged it a bit. I'm probably going to have to leave my coil like that on a slant. But now it is reading a 0.1 now. So I think we should be good where I was. I thought that was actually reading a bit too low than what I thought it would be. But yeah, I thought it should have been round about maybe the 0.1 mark. But luckily enough, I didn't have to do what I thought I was going to have to do just then. I just needed to readjust. So let's get some power into this. So with it being ribbon as well, you want to take your time heating it up. You don't want to go too heavy. Come on, Henry. Yeah, wonk for stability. You could say that. So 30 watts just to get it going. Like I say, it is ribbon wire. So give it time to obviously heat up. You don't want to blast it right high to begin with. Take your time. Work out any hot spots. Like that. So like I say, if you're new here or you've never built before or you're getting into building or somebody that's watching on the replay, hot spots are like little lightning bolts in your coil. You just have to work them out. So like I'm doing, I'm not using the tip of my pliers, I'm just using the side because I just want to give it a light strum. I don't want to damage the coil in any way. There we are. Starting to look good. I'm going to just ramp that up to 40 watts. There we are. That's looking good already. Not too bad. Ramp that up a bit more. 50 watts. Where are we? Just going to insert that a bit just to help. There we are. Slowly but surely. I am going to give it a little bit of a stretch on both sides. Looking good. Ramp that up a bit more. 60 watts. That's looking good. There we are. That's looking nice and glowing nice and evenly. Just like that. Hey, 404, I'd be lying if I said I didn't push my luck with my builds sometimes. So, yeah, that is heating up nicely. So I'm just going to give that a couple of minutes to cool down, and then we can get a final reading on it. So, boom, zero out my mod. I'll have a vape and a drink. All right. 404, what upgrade kit is it giving you? Is it the upgraded switch and non-hybrid cap? Is it the Fat Daddy upgrade kit you're talking about, 404? I do have one of them for my noisy crickets. I do have two. And that's if you're talking about the V1 as well. Oh, so have you actually seen them, 404? Have you actually seen them? So just while that's cooling down, so I have two Noisy Cricket V1s just there. So I do still use the hybrid top cap. I've never stopped really using the hybrid top cap. I've never had problems with the hybrid top cap. So this one was my first one that I owned. That's got the normal hybrid and the normal button. So that is the normal button. Now the problem with the button is that contact were too big. Now if you had if you had battery wraps, I think there's some juice in there, it needs cleaning. If you had battery wraps that were bigger than that, it won't fire. So that's the old button. So the button on this is the Fat Daddy, which is a lot chunkier. And it's a copper switch rather than a brass switch. And as you can see, the contact in there is smaller. Like that. So if Birdie is sending you the full upgrade kit, you will get a tube with it as well, a tube that you can use, a mech tube that you can use. So this is how the upgrade kit comes. That is the upgrade top cap, which turns it non-hybrid. So yeah, so that is the upgrade kit to make it non-hybrid and a better switch. And then the one that I got this, and then you also get an upgraded bottom bit as well. So this is the upgraded bottom bit that goes in the bottom as well. You get one of them. And then obviously you get a tube as well that you can actually use with your upgraded top cap and button, or the switch and hybrid cap from your Noisy Cricket and you've got a hybrid tube just there. I think so, yeah. You know what? You've got me thinking now. I think it is a magnetic button. Will that fit? I'm sure it's a magnetic button. I'll have a quick look for you now. I'm sure it is a magnet switch. Yeah, I think it is a magnet switch. Yeah. So yeah, it's got magnets in there. So it is a magnetic switch. You were right. I haven't used it in a while, so hence why. So I just want to make sure that that goes on there perfectly. Come on. Just trying to get the switch back together now. And I'm not doing a great job of it. Right, sorry guys, I'm just trying to put this switch back on, but because it's metal on Delrin, I want to get it on perfectly. I don't want to mess up the threads. But I got mine 404. Come on. Come on, you're not going on there straight, and I need you on there straight. There we are. Yeah, that's better. Oh, wow. What colour are you going for, 404? Oh, wow. Go on for it. I'd be very, very interested to see that when you do that, my brother. I don't know if you're in my Faz's Coil group, which is pinned to the comments. Get into it. I'd love to see that when it comes, or when you get it all sorted. But yeah, the Fat Daddy kit came with a tube, this top cap, and then the upgraded button. But the tube can be used with the old hybrid cap and old button. But yeah. But I never really had a problem, like I said, with really the hybrid top cap or even the switch, because I knew about that issue. But they got a lot of hate for being dangerous. Hence why I never had any problems with it. So I carried on using mine. Oh, that'd be nice. Are you talking like a candy red 404? I don't know. I never got that 404. People used to say that to me, and I'm like, I know how to use it, so I don't have any issues with it because I know how to use it. But I used to get the same thing as well, my brother. You're holding a bomb, and you're doing this, you're doing that. I think that will actually look awesome, my brother. Like I say, get into the Faz's Coil group. And like I said, I would like to see that because I bet that would look absolutely sick. Are you in the UK, 404? And I apologise if you have mentioned it before and I've forgotten. But there is a company in the UK that I've got Noisy Crickets really cheap at the moment. And I'm getting tempted to buy the other two colours that I don't have just to complete it. Oh, US. So we have one that's does cheap stuff and is selling some stuff off at the moment. And I think the Noisy Cricket is either 10 or 15 pounds to buy. So, like I say, I am tempted to get the other two colours just so I've got the whole set of Noisy Crickets. But yeah, I love my Noisy Cricket. The only thing that I regret is I never got the V2 because I know they brought out a V2 which you could switch between parallel and series. But I haven't been able to get my hands on one yet. Or one hasn't come up that I want to snap for the price that I want it at, or the price that I have the money for. So I'm just going to get that all rolled up and situated. Perfect. Get that in there. I cannot help the wonk. It's just the way it is. Is this a new coil? Yes. So 0.12 is the resistance. True. That is true. 404. So I think the company that I'm talking about, they've got a silver one, a black one, and like a chocolate colour one. And I don't know if they've got a red one. I have no idea. They probably do have a red one, I don't know. But yeah, there we are. So that is wicked. Remember guys, small scissors. So I'm just going to cut about there. Is that going to be all right? I'm going to pull that through just slightly. I'm going to leave slightly extra because I've got extra room in the deck. Fluff it out. I don't really want to thin it out. I just want to fluff it out. And just agitate those fibers. Like that. That should be perfect. Get rid of stragglers and the fuzzy bits just on the outside of that. Oh, Mr. Intense, yeah, I know. So I think the one that I'm talking about, the brown and the red one, is available from the company that I'm talking about. So if you're in the UK, it's that company in Bradford that has the 4 capital letters. I'll say no more. And the good thing about it is because I live in Pontefract, whenever I buy anything off them, I can get it locally delivered straight to my door the same day I order it, as long as I order it in the morning, which I think is brilliant because I am impatient when I buy vape stuff. That's how impatient I am. When I buy vape stuff, I think it should be there that same day. So I'm glad that they actually provide that service, that if you're local, you can get it delivered to you the same day. So there we are, all wicked up. So as you can see, YouTube, I didn't say anything. We're not even talking about vape stuff. We're talking about toiletries. So that's all wicked up. 0.12, which is a nice resistance. I'm liking the sound of that. Right. I think with this one as well, I will use this. No, not that one. This one. The brownies and cream, I think, is what I'll use in this one. So let's get it wicked up. Wow. You know what? If that ever happens, 404, drop me a message because I might be interested in one of them as well. If you can get a 21700 Noisy Cricket, I might be interested in getting one as well, my brother. Right. I get that. But like I say, if you ever do, hit me up because I will buy one as well. Definitely. Right, let's get this all juiced up. I'm going to get the cotton juiced up first. I like Muji cotton. I don't know if it's just the old schoolness in me, but yeah, I like it. It's super absorbent. It's never failed me. Cheap as chips and widely available as well. Don't want to hit that at 80. Juice that up. Draw that in. There we are. Looking good. So that's looking good. So top cap on. So this goes on a certain way, like that. Right, what am I going to put this on? Palmer's powders, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Hey, that's how it starts. It starts as a dream, but can be made. Can be made. Nothing's impossible. So I'm gonna put it on another mech. I have used this mech before on my live, which is the heavy hitter. If you see my socials, you know I had the Asgard on this the other day. Just to take some pictures. But yeah, I'll stick it on the heavy hitter. 21700. Come on. I don't think it'll look too bad. I have got the 25mm beauty ring on the top. So yeah, not too bad. But I do actually like this for the design that's on it. I think because it's less of a spatter and more of a sort of like a writing pattern on there. But yeah, let's get a battery in this. So freshly charged 21700. Venting is at the top. So I will be running the battery head up. Hybrid mech mod. Straight battery to ATI connection. You need to have a protruding 510 pin. So I nearly forgot there because I haven't done it in a while. But I'll just stick this up for safety purposes. So when you're using a hybrid mech mod, you need an RDA with a protruding center 510 pin. So if your RDA looks like the one on the left, where you can't see the pin protruding, do not put it on a hybrid mech mod. Otherwise you're going to get a hard short and bad things are going to happen. Don't do it. Your RTA or RDA needs to look like the RDA on the right, with that copper goldish thing sticking out from the stainless steel threads. That's what you want. You don't want to put one that's flush like the one on the left. And full stop, my advice to you is never put a sub-ohm tank on a hybrid mech mod. Just don't do it, because you're going to end up like a statistics, and then we're just going to get more bad press because of idiots that don't know how to use certain devices. So hybrid mech mod, put your RDA on first. As you can see, there is a protruding 510 pin. Just there, protruding enough. Yeah, it's just something that I've always done. I mean, we live in a day and age now where people think, oh, that's cool, I'm going to get one. And then stick something like a sub-ohm tank on it. And then when the battery vents or a thermal runaway happens, so I'm trying to use the term thermal runaway, so I'm not using other terms, then you don't want it in your hand if you get a thermal runaway. So yeah, it's just basic mech safety. 404, I like to do it because just in case somebody that stumbles across my page and think, oh, I want to try a mech, but then goes and does something stupid. But yeah, so there we are, battery in. Do we have power? Yes, we do. That's nice, nicely fresh. And that is hitting quite nice to say the button isn't all polished up. That's hitting nice. So, yeah, that's hitting good. So 404, I nearly forgot then about that graphic then, and I was just going to put it on. So yeah, I like to educate people as well, just for that instance that somebody strolls up against it and thingy, because we don't live in a time where if you do buy a mech mod from the wrong person, they will give you bad advice or tell you can do something you can't do. So yeah, it's just basic stuff, just to take into consideration when you're dealing with mech mods, hybrid mech mods, and like obviously me and you were just talking about 404. If you're using a series mech mod or a series hybrid mech mod, that's, trust me, you don't want that in your hand if you do get a thermal runaway. Right, so I'm going to swivel you back round. There we are. Get you back up here like that. So, thank you all for sticking around. Like I said, I did stay on and give you a bit of 2-for-1 action because of last week's absolute shit show. So I do apologise. It wasn't so much the build going wrong, because builds go wrong. It's just a part of making coils and turning wire. It's just a thingy. I was more pissed off about my phone not thingy, but if you were in the Faz's Coil group, you'll know why, because I did post in there and I felt like a right twat because I had to eat my own words, because normally I would say to somebody, is it plugged in? No, it wasn't plugged in for me. Anyway, not at the mains anyway. It was there, but I was like, why is my battery nearly flipping dead? So, there we are. Heavy hitter. Dead Rabbit V4. So like I say, I had the original concept, the drop, which I still have. I do have the drop. One of the posts has broken, so I can only really use it in a single coil. But I do have one of the original drop ones, and then I got the RTA V1. But I've never actually had a Dead Rabbit RTA. So 21700 version, 404. What are you talking about? Are you talking about this, Mac? This is 21700, this version. The Saga Mini is the 18650 version. I would have liked a full-size Saga if I can ever get my hands on one for the 21700. Oh, the message you sent before that. Right, let me have a quick look. Well, yeah, that is a good idea. That's probably one of the issues, maybe, that if something like that does happen, obviously trying to get your batteries out pretty quick is a thing. For people like me and stuff, might be able to do it because we know what we're looking for, but in the event of that happen, I'd just throw the fucker. You know what I mean? I would just throw it. Pull it. But it won't look right in public with the colour of my skin. Anyway. So anyway, yeah. So let's have a toot on this. I have got that brownies and cream in there. It is so, because I've got it in single coil mode and I've got that reducer in there, it does, even though I've got the airflow all the way open, there is a slight restriction. Slight restriction in there, in the flow, so it's like a restricted direct lung. So I don't know what it's like without it. It's probably a bit more airy when you got dual coil in there. But let's have a toot. Nice, delicious. Can't fault it. Flavor's good. Can't complain about the flavor. Do I have other RDAs that I think is slightly better on flavor? Maybe slight edge on it, but by no means is this a bad RDA. Anyway, Mr. Intense, I know you're laughing, but it's a good job I'm not a full one of those. I am actually a half-breed, so if anything like that happens, I'd just say I'm Sicilian, because I'm actually half Sicilian, half Muslim. But, yeah, I just say I'm Sicilian. Got nothing to do with me. Hitting nice and hard. To be fair, I quite actually like the airflow on that. Because I think with the slight restriction, the flavour's good. So it'll be interesting to see what it's like with a dual coil. But yeah, kicking ass. Both Asgard and Dead Rabbit V4, which I didn't have in my collection, but thanks to Dan, or D, aka Sharpshooter, on Instagram, sent me these for free. Just had to pay for postage. So big shout out to you if you've been lurking, Dan, or you're watching the replay. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you. Big love to you. So normally what I would do now is show some pictures from the group, which I didn't do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save them till next week and have a bit of a picture-thon on there of all the pictures that have been put in the group. Get them a bit more organised, whose pictures they are, because that confuses me a bit when there's loads of pictures in there, sorting them out, whose they are, so I don't say this is a certain person's and it isn't, it's a different person's. So I will leave that till next week. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying that that side of my family has anything or doesn't have anything to do with that side. I'm not saying nothing. Anyway, they don't call it that anyway, Mr. Intense. That is a very Americanized word, that, the mafia. Proper Sicilians don't call themselves that. If you know, you know. Starts with a C and an N. Yeah, I'm liking that. I'm liking both of them. Really nice. Well, let's just put it this way. Sometimes I have the passion of a Sicilian. Let's put it that way. Whether it's good or bad. So, first build went smoothly. Second build just went slightly tits up. Excuse me. Slightly went tits up. But like you say, I'm vaping it on a live, so it doesn't make any difference. It's not one that I'm selling. If it was one that I'm selling, I would have done it again. And what I tend to do as well when people buy coils off me, if I'm doing an order for them and I do screw up slightly, I even throw them in for free because they're not pretty, but they are vapable. So I tend to do that. If I do screw up on somebody's order, I will throw them in for free if they want to use them. Series, kicking ass. Single coil, kicking ass. Nice. And the thing about me is which is probably what probably most people don't do, is I have got a lot of devices, not just the ones that are on the back. I've got stuff on my wall in front of me that some of you might see if I do pictures and stuff. You might see it in the background. But there's some things that I don't use that I keep in the box and I'm like, I'm not using, I want to keep it pristine. But I still use all my stuff. Regulated mods, mechs, all my old RDAs and stuff. Because some of them still kick ass today with a modern coil in there. It's similar to a coffee franchise, but it's not pronounced that way. Yeah. But I'm not going to say it, because we don't say it. Anyway, you won't know anyway if they are that. Anyway. You'll know when the shit hits the fan, but nobody will tell you that. But yeah, I'm a half-breed, or what my wife calls me. She calls me a Yorkshire mixture. Because obviously my parents are from different parts of the world, but I was born in England, born in Yorkshire. So I'm called a Yorkshire mixture. So yeah, it's better than what the bloody hell's happened there. Has juice come out when I've purged? Looks like I've got 2 flipping wet titties there. I'm leaking. I'm just assuming that if it's from this, there'd be a bit of wetness from the airflow, but it isn't. So, but yeah, I've got 2 wet titties there. Not probably something you want to hear from me, but yeah. Yeah, absolutely delicious, guys. Delicious. So yeah, guys. Like I say, things will change probably in the next couple of months when I get some concentrates in. I will do a section of the live where I might mix up some juice as well. Like I said, I normally do pictures, but I'm not prepared for that, so I'll leave that till next week. Yeah. Hope you've enjoyed the content. If you just stumbled upon me and you like what you've seen today, consider hitting that subscribe button. It helps the channel a lot, and it's free. The likes, the comments, the shares does help a lot. Also, I sell coils as well. You can contact me through the WhatsApp group that I've pinned. If you're watching on the replay, there's always a link to the WhatsApp group in the description of the videos, as well as my main page on my YouTube. You can find it there, as well as me posting it on Instagram and stuff like that. Instagram's my platform. Anything that I post on Instagram automatically gets posted on Facebook. But Instagram's my platform of choice. I'm not much of a Facebook user, rather than the Messengers app. I use it that way, and stuff like that. Yeah, like I say, if it's something you're interested in or just like watching or learning, I'm here every week on Tuesday, 8 p.m. without fail. Unless something comes up, I do cancel, or if I'm too busy completing orders, if I'm too busy, I will cancel. But if not, I'm more or less here every week at clockwork, 8 p.m. Follow my socials. You will know Monday, Tuesday wise if there is a live, because I do post a post and a link so you can set your reminders and stuff like that. If you want to see what I do outside, a bit of behind the scenes stuff that doesn't get posted to social media, you'll find that on the Faz's Coil group as well. Like I say, it's a group. You can contact me for buying coils, but not necessarily you have to be in there to buy coils. We have a chat, we have a chill, we talk about shit, we take the piss, we have banter, we share photos of our setups and stuff like that. Even coils, even if you make coils yourself or the coils from a different country, you can post them. You know, I have love for other coil makers as well. I'm not like that, you know what I mean? We're all family at the end of the day. So if you want to post coils and stuff that are not mine, I think I just noticed that one of my mics had just died. So, like I say, get in the group. I don't care what you post in there. Like I say, coil-wise, if they're not mine, just get them posted. You know, it's part of the process and stuff like that. I love it. Get it posted. I don't bother. We do sales and trades in there as well if you want. You know, I've got no problem with that. As long as it's all above board and you don't screw anybody over, got no problem with that either. Nice place to be anyway. Thanks to everybody that has joined today. I do appreciate you. Everybody on the hashtag replay crew, I appreciate you all as well. Love you all. Love this love and support so far. Keeps me going and stuff like that. And obviously with me starting my coil business, I've been extremely busy as well. A lot more busy than what I expected I would be when I first started out. But yeah, busy doing that. So again, love you all. Appreciate the love and support with YouTube, social media, and obviously with the coils as well. And if you don't want to buy coils or you just want to make coils yourself, I'm here every week and I'll show you how to make coils as well. Or even if you have any suggestions, get them in the Faz's Coil group as well. If you have any suggestions of what coils you want me to build, as long as the ones that I can build, but ones that I don't normally build, I need a lot more practice on. Like last week's show, I attempted a build that I am practicing, but like I say, it's part of the process. Let me just check the comments. Mr. Intense, yeah, big shout out to you, Mr. Intense, as well, for all the work that you do on lives and on my lives, posting links. Don't forget, everybody, get those links clicked on. Follow these other YouTube channels and social media sites as well. You know, I've got love for them all. We're all family. We're all here to support each other. So, yeah, get them clicked, get them followed. Thank you. 404, you're most welcome. Not a problem. You're always welcome, my brother, and I appreciate you for joining as well. Like I say, there's a lot of other better YouTubers out there than me, so I feel proper humbled when people come in and just come out and chill. I appreciate you all. Love you all. Am I forgetting anything? No. It's time to stop waffling on, Faz. So, appreciate you all. Like I say, don't forget to hit that like, subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit that bell notification. Set it to all, so anything that I upload, you will be notified, hopefully. But the way YouTube is at the moment, like I say, some people are not getting notifications and stuff. But like I say, if you follow me on social media, you'll know if I'm doing a live or not. Plain and simple. Dion, thanks again, my brother. I appreciate you, even if you were lurking. I appreciate you all. Thanks for joining. Thanks for watching. And I will see you guys on the next one. So I've got a few clicks before I end. So, like I say, guys, thanks for joining, and I'll see you soon. Love and respect. Look after everybody and be good, guys. Thank you.